move on my foot, damn thing, come on.
Just 1 second, Ms. Matthias.
And why is it?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Ms. Matthias, we are live, we are recording, we are streaming. You may proceed with the public executive review session.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Review Session for January 27, 2025. Please note for the record that Commissioner Shetter is joining us remotely. The first items are adjournments. Item number 1, 6213 BC, 2703 East Tremont Avenue, the Bronx.
Just a footnote, applicant is proposing to proceed with a 5 years extension of term.
Yeah. Item number 2, 2022 7BZY Volume 2, 3875 11th Street, Queens. Item number 3, 2024 46A, 3875 11th Street, Queens. Item number 4, 2023 64BZ, 14408 87th Road, Queens.
I'm sorry, something happened.
Sorry, excuse me.
We had it.
Any comment on something?
1 second.
Go.
Why is it saying I can only view this document? Okay, all right. It was not letting me edit.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry.
let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, decision items. Item number 5, 508 80BZ, 6220 14th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Unfortunately, we need to defer this application. We still have some outstanding secra issues.
Item number 6, 2022 15BZ, Volume 2, 219 26th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, this is an extension of time. We did receive the construction timeline that we had requested. Everybody satisfied with the submission? Okay.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, we can't hear you on the recording.
I think your mic is off.
Going to object to the construction timeline, although I do think there are a few more steps between construction commencing and construction completing as they put down in the timeline, but I'm not going to object to it this time. I think I'm prepared for it to continue to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Applicants, please do take note of that for future situations. Applicant is requesting a maximum, which is the 4-year. And so I make a motion, if everybody's okay with it, I make a motion to make this approval for a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain a permit.
Siva.
Yes, a CO, sorry.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Hartley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 7, 2018 151A, Volume 2, 6-05 129th Street, Queens.
Okay, this was also an extension of time. We did get a response that the applicant had provided to DOB's objection that resulted from an audit. And this is a response that the applicant has provided. However, we do not know if DOB has accepted those. I just want to note that this initial application was for a grant of a GCL 35. Board did not weigh in on the zoning or other applicable regulations, including flood regulations and waterfront regulations. So this is only an extension of time to complete construction on a bed of a map street. I think we should proceed with approving a 2-year, the applicant requested 2 years extension of term. So we should proceed with a 2 years extension of term to complete construction and obtain a CO and a note that the board is not waiving any of the underlying regulations related to zoning, waterfront, flood regulations. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, so that's the motion.
Motion to approve, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 8, 2023-38A, 2121-2123 Amsterdam Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay. This is an appeals case. I'm just going scrolling down. So this is an application submitted by DOT wanting to.
DOB.
I'm sorry, DOB. Oh, sorry, thank you. Application that was submitted by DOB. DOB wanted to correct its error for issuing a certificate of occupancy for the subject's zoning lot, certificate number 1223494OF. That was issued on 6/14/2018. I would say as demonstrated by DOB, the issuance of certificate of occupancy was due to misleading information provided by the owner. Though the portion of the site that is located in a zoning district where public parking is permitted, the entire zoning lot operates as one parking facility, and the certificate of occupancy was for the entire zoning lot to allow accessory parking facility for a community facility user. However, that was not conducted in a proper manner. And there is also, it was acting more as a public parking facility, though it may have been for immediate community facility user, but it was operating as a public parking facility. And because of the lack of the proper evidence that would justify it to be operating as an accessory parking facility for a designated community facility use. So since there is no physical separation of the public parking facility that is located in the C2 portion from the rest of the site in the R72 portion, it makes it even more problematic. It would have been ideal if there was a physical separation between the portion of the lot that was located in the C24 and in the R72, and the certificate of occupancy was only applicable to one of the zoning lots, portion of the zoning lot, but that's not how it is. And DOB also explained why the certificate of occupancy cannot revert back to the 1951 certificate of occupancy because it allowed different uses on what was formerly a zoning lot 46 and tax lot 46 and 45. So as I said, it would have been ideal if the applicant physically separated the portion of the lot in a C24 portion and applied for a certificate of occupancy only for that portion for a public parking facility, which limits you to be occupied by anybody. And the remaining portion of the R72 would have to revert to an as of right use and have to follow all the regulatory requirements of allowing off-site accessory parking for a community facility use through the proper method. What was troubling for me was during the hearing, the applicant's team did not seem to be fully well-versed with the requirements that would qualify this site for an off-site accessory parking space for a community facility use. So with all those stated, it is kind of unfortunate that I have to make a recommendation and agree with DOB to grant DOB's request to revoke the certificate of occupancy. So that's the motion.
Okay, so the motion to approve,
Aye.
the motion to approve,
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To deny DOB's.
So.
No,
To approve it.
Revoke the certificate of
Yes.
occupancy.
Yeah. that's it,
okay,
yeah.
sorry,
For the first time, I was right.
You were
sorry, and I was wrong, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Shabeta. Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application for DOB has been
Hey,
granted.
Tony,
Yes, can you not hear me?
I didn't hear Commissioner Brown clearly. I'm not sure if I was the only one.
Oh,
Okay, you want me to do it again?
yeah.
Okay, let's do it again for everybody. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you. DOB application has been granted. Thank you, Commissioner. Ay. Item number 9, 2021-26 BZ, 12 Cole Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, so I'm going to request that we call all three items because the conditions associated with all of them are same.
Okay, item number 10, 2021-27 BZ, 13 LaCour Street, Brooklyn. And item number 11, 2021-28 BZ, 375 Columbia Street, Brooklyn.
So this application was first heard on January 25th, exactly 2 years from now. Now we have all the necessary sign-offs and all these three cases. And the conditions are same for all of these cases. These are all environmental related conditions. So that's why I call the vote for all three of them. The environmental conditions are, there is an E designation that is placed on all three sites. And the E designation is for hazmat, which has been placed on the zoning map pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-15 on these three subject sites. And further hazardous material assessment should be coordinated through OER. Any site work that involves soil disturbance is subject to approval by the Landmarks Preservation Commission prior to DOB filing and outline as outlined in the restricted declaration. Archaeological testing shall be conducted pursuant to the requirements of this restrictive declaration and an LPC approved work plan. HVAC type shall comply with the applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. And the project shall utilize electric grid power for heating or hot water and air conditioning systems. So those are the conditions. Any other conditions So I then make a motion to approve all three sites.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
I want to thank Tracy, Ms. Benke, and Jella Prenga for working with the applicant and coordinating with all different agencies for these three cases. I have to say this is one of those cases where the environmental process, the reason it took this long because the environmental application was submitted after we had the processing of the environmental really started. After that was because the applicant hadn't provided all the information. And I think going forward, and there's another case, Stanwick, same thing. Going forward, we should not close on these applications unless the applicant has submitted the environmental review documents and has had some initial reviews, because it is not fair to other applicants where we keep these applications on our lineup and keep deferring it, hoping that we would get the approval in time.
Decision items continued. Item number 12, 2017-262 BZ, 18 Stanwick Street, Brooklyn.
So this one has a lot more tortured history in terms of timeline. This was a 4-year. Nearly after 4 years, we have a secret sign-off. And it is the longest record of a case that I know since I've been on this board. And as I said, it's a lesson that I've learned from this case and the 3 other previous cases. EAS, they needs to be submitted with the initial filing to avoid such delay. And I want to thank the same BSA team that has been patiently managing the applicant, especially the SECRA process. So there are environmental conditions associated with this case. There is an E designation that has been placed on this application for hazmat. And any further hazmat material assessment should be coordinated through OER. The proposed project will utilize natural gas to provide heat and hot water system. HVAC type shall comply with applicable laws and regulations as determined by Department of Buildings and other relevant agencies. The design and specification for the mechanical systems associated with the proposed project would meet all applicable noise regulations, including subchapter 524-227 of the New York City Noise Code and New York City Building Code. Standard building materials will be adequate to provide an acceptable interior noise level of 45 dBA. If the project is redesigned to extend into archaeological sensitive area identified in the documentary study phase 1A, then archaeological testing shall be done after a work plan is submitted to Landmarks Preservation Commission for review and approval as per the guidelines for archaeological work in New York City. So with that, I want to make a motion to approve with FDNY related conditions, and that is an unobstructed rooftop access as illustrated on the BSA approved plan shall be provided for fire department access. Is everybody okay with those sets of conditions?
Go ahead. So the motion to approve, Chair
Aye.
Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 13, 2023-53 BZ, 92 King Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Over the course of the hearing, we received 5 letters of objection concerning, and the concerns were regarding height, which is not being waived. The project is only seeking a side yard and a rear yard waiver. Also, one of the objection letters stated that the developer should have added more units and that the proposed project would set a precedent. The subject zoning lot permits, permits on the zoning lot, single, 2-family and multi-family buildings. The block has a mix of these building typologies that have been built recently. So board factored all of these into account. And the scope of the project was revised to a semi-detached single-family home. We also received 4 letters of support. Now, we did not receive a community board recommendation to date. Applicant had reached out to the community board in August of 2023. A hearing was scheduled for a date in January of 2024. Applicant stated in its letter that it had reached out to the community board asking for outcome of the community board committee meeting, and it did not receive any response. In addition, BSA staff over the course of this 1-year hearing reached out, 6 months actually of hearing, reached out to the community board regarding community board status and also updated community board of the documents that the board had received, public testimony that the board had received. So I just want to be very specific for the record. The BSA staff reached out in September twice. And once in November, last one was on December 6th, and also stating that the late revised plans have been submitted. Until to date, we have not received any feedback from the community board. So it is evident that the applicant and the board staff did try its best for the community board to receive a community board determination prior to this vote. I would say since the applicant has reduced the scope in response to board comments and to meet the findings, I would recommend that we take a vote on this application. So with that, if everybody's okay with that, all right, I want to then make a motion to approve with the following conditions. Exterior walls and windows for the residential units on floors 2 and 3 shall allow for a minimum window wall attenuation of 35 dBA to achieve a minimum of 45 dBA interior noise level. And the project shall comply with all applicable flood regulations. The board is not waiving of all those regulations.
Motion to Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 14, 2024-22 BZ, 1780 Grand Concourse, the Bronx.
Okay. We received the final EAS. I want to make a motion to approve with the following condition, and that is installation of a vapor barrier system consisting of a Stego Wrap Class A 10 mil vapor retarder or equivalent vapor barrier membrane in the proposed new building addition on lot 25, extending throughout the foundation floor slab and up to the foundation sidewall to grade, and installation of vapor barrier system consisting of a Stego Wrap A 10 mil vapor retarder or equivalent vapor barrier membrane with the footprint within the footprint of the pits and up to the side of both the hydraulic elevators that are to be removed on lot 14. The vapor barriers in these former pit areas will then be covered by 8-inch concrete slab.
Motion. Ready? Motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 15, 374-71 BZ, Volume 3, 205-11 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
So based on the comments that were raised at the last hearing, applicant made its submission. Board had asked for the DOB approved plan, which was provided. And with the adoption of ZEO and ZHO, whereby auto dealership is a permitted use in a C22 district, provided that the facility does not include repair, service, or preparation of vehicles for delivery. And part of the initial waiver was to permit auto sales in a C22 portion. So I don't think this waiver would be required. But the portion of the site that is in the R32 still remains in in the BSA jurisdiction. So I want the applicant to clarify as to what portion of the BSA variance remains in play with the adoption of these two text amendments, sorry. Also, the applicant needs to confirm if the as-of-right enlargement in the C22 portion relies on the R32 portion for required parking. And if there is, then DOB should determine to what extent the proposed enlargement will be permitted. The zoning analysis sheet should reflect the ZHO adopted requirements. While the applicant was unable to provide site condition photos because applicant stated it's in construction, and the purpose of this really was more for the accessory parking space. We did receive a submission today, which I hope all the everybody was able to review it. Submission today with photos of the accessory portion of the site and also the portion that's in the C22 from November 12, 2024, December 12, 2024, especially for the accessory parking area that is located in the R32 portion. And based on these photos, it seems all the vehicles that are parked in this portion of the R32 portion site seems to be all dealer vehicles because none of them have nameplates. So this would be contrary to board's condition. Again, as I said, the purpose of asking for this photo was to confirm that the accessory parking space is complying with board's condition, which was that 16 parking spaces accessed by Clearview Expressway shall be permitted for employee and visitor parking only. And that's not what the photo reflects. So I want the applicant to clarify and correct the issue.
Applicant received a copy of that email.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So those are my comments, Vice Chair Shabeta.
Nothing further from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
In addition to your comments, I had made a request that the charging station be put on the proposed plans, the vehicle charging station, and I did not see it on the latest version of the plans.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you. I also didn't see the locations or the extent for the installation of the bollards on the plan. I did look at it like maybe 3 times, but I couldn't see where the bollards are like laid out. They are not called out on the plan, I would say. In addition, the detail for the bollard is very crude. So we need to like flush this detail, and maybe if we have a more clear one, we can send it to the applicant and he can incorporate it in the drawings. Thank you.
So this is the interesting part. So the portion of the site where the car dealership is, it's in the C22 portion. It's on the Northern Boulevard frontage, and the bollards was going to be on the Northern Boulevard frontage to contain the vehicles. Now, from just looking at as I said, ZHO permits with the latest adoption of the text amendments that happened through the zoning for economic opportunity and zoning for housing opportunity. This use is permitted in a C22 as of right. So our condition, and this is what I want the applicant to clarify, is to what part of the operation that is existing may still require, in the C22 portion, may still require BSA waiver. And if it does not, but the enlargement may be triggering something in the, that may affect the portion in the R32, then those need to be clearly defined and discussed by the applicant. So I want to put the issue of the bollards and all of that little bit on the side for now, because if it's an as of right use, I don't know to what extent those conditions would apply. But
Thank you, Chair. And actually, I just looked at, take another look along the Northern Boulevard frontages, and I see the location and the call out for the bollards. The only issue is the detail, and if it's an as of right, it's an as of right. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. In addition to your comments, and maybe this is, someone can point me to it. I thought we had asked for continuous use and for a lighting plan for the parking area, but I didn't see either in the submission.
Actually, you're right. We did not.
Because I note that there's a light on the small outbuilding that's in the parking area, but it's not shown anywhere on the plans. And
Yeah.
then, yeah, I didn't see continuous use.
Yep.
They could actually satisfy continuous use by giving us the Google photos, which do show it.
Okay.
Yeah, that use has been there, but
Yeah.
but you're right. They need to document it. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
No.
Thank you.
Item number 16, 15490 BZ, 730 Avenue S, Brooklyn.
Applicant made its submission in response to the comments that were raised at the initial hearing. Overall, I would say the submission has been responsive, but I just need some clarification. First of all, with the adoption of ZHO, the applicant states that some of the waivers are not applicable, including the parking for a house of worship. So regarding the side yard requirement, it is not clear from the narrative how the side yard is not applicable to the subject lot. I want the applicant to walk us through the applicability of the regulation of zoning resolution section 23-331C, especially since the abutting zoning lot number 9 has a detached home, which is set back along the common side lot line by more than 3 feet, and that would then require a side yard waiver, and therefore I think a side yard waiver would still be needed. So that as I'm reading the section of C, which says other residents I won't go through this first two sentences. The third sentence says, furthermore, where a zoning lot adjoins a zoning lot containing exclusively single or two-family residences and where a side yard with a minimum width of 3 feet or more is provided along the common side lot line, an open area with a minimum total width of 8 feet shall be required between the building on the subject zoning lot and the residence on the adjacent zoning lot. So based on that, I think a side yard waiver may still be needed. Clarification has been provided regarding the utilization of rooms on the proposed floor, fourth floor. It will be used from 10 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. for Sabbath morning girls program and a youth program for children 3 to 5 years old and congregation celebrations of life. I'm satisfied with the programmatic need and the utilization and the clarification being provided. As I said earlier, I think the way the congregation by different age groups are being divided up, it is something that we do see in many of these congregations, so it is not atypical. But I needed that clarification, which has been provided. The plan has been revised and the total floor area was reduced to 3.39 FAR. And the ramp occupying the sidewalk along East 8th Street is proposed to be removed, and it will be replaced with a lift to move the congregants from the street level to the first floor. Also, the proposed enlargement will set back from Avenue S by over 10 feet. And the outdoor space on the roof is now set back by 6 feet from 8th Street and by 10 feet from by 6 feet from 8th Street and by 10 feet from Avenue S and also 6 feet from the side lot line. It's not set back. It's basically in the case of the side yard, it's basically there'll be a 6-foot high fence that would set the used occupancy space of 6 feet from the side yard. A 10-foot high guardrail is proposed with acoustical fence panels of STC rating of 28, which will be placed along the residential lot line and also the mechanical units. So I have a question. Do the height of the fence along the mechanical unit also need to be 10 foot high? I did not see any side yard elevations, so applicant should include those in the plan. The rooftop area is proposed to be used only for sukkah, and that area space, because of all the setbacks, has been reduced to a capacity of 101 person. But looking at the plan, it seems there is an FDNY access path that runs through this enclosed space that would be used for sukkah. So I need fire department to ensure that it is okay to have this access path in the enclosed portion that may be temporarily be obstructed by structure or events during the observance of sukkah. We did approve one case where we did allow a temporary sukkah structure to be placed, but in that case, the fire access was happening around that area. But in this case, it is going to be happening through the site. So we need to make sure the fire department is okay with that. But overall, all the changes and the setbacks that's been proposed, I'm satisfied with that.
Ms. Prenga's hands up.
Yes, Ms. Prenga.
Hi, I just wanted to let the board know that FDNY has been looking into this and finding out more information about the sukkah and if it would be permitted to cross into the fire lane. The Deputy Chief Velez has looked into it, and right now Captain Kevin Malloy has been corresponding with the applicant. Thanks.
Okay. Will Deputy Chief Velez be able to join us for the hearing? Oh,
He's
he's here? Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. My major concerns were with the grass and on the rooftop and how our structures might be getting in the way. So I'd like to hear what the fire department thinks is the safest way to address this rooftop.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
No further comments from me. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I'll defer to FDNY on the access way, but it does seem like the entire point of being able to have the celebration on the roof is to bring lots of people into a space with a temporary structure and to block a pathway during a time when a place of assembly would be used at peak occupancy seems like a strange thing to approve. So hopefully there's a way to provide clear access to the fire department while still being able to make the temporary structure work during that time. Just a tiny thing, the drawings note that the parapets need to be 18 inches high pursuant to Building Code 705.11. I'm not sure that that the parapets are required at the edge of the building, according to this section, but I understand why an 18-inch parapet would be proposed and needed. I just wanted to let the applicant know that it's not clear to me that they are required here as stated on the drawings, but because I had context, I had asked for parapets to be eliminated so that the total height of the building looked less tall. But here they're citing that an 18-inch parapet would be required. So either I'm okay with an 18-inch parapet. It's an easier detail. It's easier to waterproof and roof, but I'm not sure that this code section applies here. Or you can clarify that for me. And then if you could describe the platform lift, just because I'm curious about what type of mechanism would be acceptable for use on Sabbath. And yeah, I'm just curious about it because it is good for us to know that there may be options for other congregations who are looking to eliminate roofs and how these mechanisms work so that they don't breach certain religious practices. So if you could explain that or send a cut sheet, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next case,
Okay,
please.
item number 17, 16008 BZ, volume 2, 651, 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. Okay. So based on the comments that were raised at the last hearing, applicant made its submission. I would say, first of all, I was glad to see that the applicant took board's advice and was proposing to build a 20-foot high opaque and acrylic fence along 3 block frontages. No changes proposed to the corrugated steel structure, though it will be enlarged from 2,400 square foot to 3,351 square foot. I have a couple of questions with regards to this corrugated steel structure. Will it have any mechanical HVAC system on the roof? Per proposed plan, the floor area will be 3,351 square foot, which includes 3,264 square foot of shed and 44 square foot of what? It's not clear. That's what I got from the plan set. So if the applicant can clarify that. And also what I would like to know if such a structure would require a certificate of occupancy. With regards to the signage, as per the plan, a signage to lower the noise will be posted, though it is not clear where that would be located. It should be located not only at the entry points, but also facing the parking spaces so that the vehicles that are parked there do not have any radio or any music on that would be a disturbance to the neighbors. Regarding the hours of operation, it has been revised to the previously approved timeframe, which is Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 7:15 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. However, I want the applicant to confirm the hours of operation for the shed. Prior grant condition was for a repair shop, which was only from Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. So is that still being considered for the corrugated steel structure? And as I was looking at the tech memo references a different time. It mentions 8 to 4 p.m. So please look into that. With regards to an operational plan, what I would like to know is the operational plan talks about various security cameras and other things that will be posted, and it will be monitored remotely, and there will be security staff deployed as needed. While it's operating, will there be people overseeing the site and monitoring that the site is operating and is being maintained and is being kept clean? What I would say, as I was looking at the submission, and especially also in reviewing the tech memo, what I want to be very, very sure about and make sure that this site operates exactly to what it is being proposed and how it is being addressed in the tech memo. To ensure that the site will be limited to storing only the set number of vehicles and types, that is 48 tractor trailers and 31 employee parking, which will not trip the SECRA threshold. The unused area fronting Fountain Avenue from Stanley to Worthman needs to be landscaped to prevent any misuse. And what I mean by that, I have seen oftentimes it would be only the I'm not very good at all the tractor trailer pieces, body parts, but it's that front little portion, which is the body of the cab. Thank you. The cab. I never played with it. The tractor. Okay. Yeah. So the tractor, it's the tractor part, the cab part. Oftentimes I would see the cab/tractors being located in the site, and there could be many such cabs and tractors that could be located without the trailer portion. Now, in addition to 48, I do not want that. And because that is adding additional trips and that will trip the SECRA threshold of 50. So to make sure that there is no possibility of any additional vehicles that can park there beyond that is indicated, all these spaces that have not been designated for any parking spaces shall be densely landscaped, not just little low shrubs. There should be combination of high trees, low trees with dense planting along the entire frontage from of Fountain Avenue from Stanley all the way to Worthwood. And that may also require an additional triangular landscaping space at the corner of Worthman Avenue. I drew up a little sketch, and I'll share this with Ms. Matias. It can be shared with the applicant so that they know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Well, it has to be done before. Let's talk about that at the public hearing, because I need to fully understand what's the time frame of getting this site ready to be fully operational, starting from the business deal as to when the business deal is going to be completed, agreements are going to be signed, and based on that, when the construction is going to take, how long it's going to take, and then when it will be completed before it can be fully occupied. I need to understand that full timeline, and I would like the applicant and their prospective tenant to walk us through that timeline because that is going to be a critical part of my decision-making and conditions. So, Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So Chair, I share your concerns about the implementation of their plans. The plans themselves look fine. If every part of the plans falls into place exactly as presented to us on paper. And for that, I am concerned primarily at this point with the repair building and the fact that it'll be constructed under the height of the 20-foot tall fencing / wall, because that repair building is going to be corrugated metal. And as we can see from the current conditions of the site right now, that corrugated metal deteriorates very quickly and is quite an eyesore. So to me, it's really important that if they're going to keep the corrugated metal fencing on that building, then they have to ensure that that 20-foot wall fence is installed and blocks that view of that building from the residential. So that's my primary concern right now. And of course, they say they're going to do it, but I think we have to make sure that we condition the variance grant in such a way that they actually stick to their plans and they implement as quickly as possible.
Yes, I agree with you. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the key issue here on this side is the noise. And this is my only concern on the side. In addition to lighting, and I recall that last hearing we did ask for lighting diagram, but I haven't seen one provided this submission. Regarding the noise, my understanding was that they're gonna do some analysis, some study similar to that warehouse that was in Rockaway that we looked at probably a year and a half ago. Again, on this submission, I haven't seen any analysis, just the fence detail, which is, for me, it sounds like okay, but I can tell from just the detail that it's gonna be this fence is gonna be enough to filter out the noise from large trucks, like the trailers, like the ones that's gonna be parked on site. The STC rating of the acoustical barrier, I didn't see it on the drawings. I didn't see on the cross section as well. So I'm not sure if the board want to proceed with just the detail, or should we ask them to give us some noise analysis to make sure that at least from the mathematical model and the numbers, if they tell that it's not going to be any like excessive noise crossing out to the residential portion on the other side. That's my only concern in this application. Thank you.
Did you have a chance to look at the tech memo that was submitted? And I'm sure I'm not able to locate it myself because I looked at it.
I did, and even if there is a number for the STC rating there, the numbers that are coming from the trailers, the tractor trailers are way more than the ambient noise. And again, my concern is that that distance between the barrier and the proposed parking for the trailers is kind of like very close. So again, if that fence is not, if that barrier is not too efficient, my concern is that it's going to be a noise issue there.
It screens out.
It's screened out. That's what I seem to
There's no
remember.
requirement.
Yeah, so that's what I seem to remember. Thank you. I was looking for that. Yeah, in the tech memo, it screens out. And because of and that's one of the reason why I'm saying is that if it is going to be limited to exactly these number of spaces, 50 is the threshold for a lot of the trigger points. And in this case, it is 48, beautifully 48. And so it really cannot be more than that. Otherwise, it does end up being environmental, crosses the environmental threshold and does require review. So that is one of the reasons why I'm being very fussy about the fact that then the site needs to be designed exactly and precisely just for those number of vehicles and no more. But I think I take your advice on the detailing of the wall. Was that very clearly laid out in the plan?
if I could say, that was my only comment,
Okay,
which was that the previous submission had included some data, not data, an image and a cut sheet, or sorry, a cross-section of a typical detail of an 8-foot high Trex fence. At the time, I had suggested they should go with masonry, but now they've come back with this 20-foot tall fence, which was as recommended by the chair. So now we need more information about this fence, because if we approve this, there's going to be almost 800 linear feet of this fence looking at this residential neighborhood. So we need more information on its performance, as Commissioner Sheta was saying, and also what it's going to look like. And when I look at Trex fencing, it could be that I'm only looking at the consumer sites, but nothing seems higher than 8 feet. So we need to understand how this thing is going to be secure and stable across 800 linear feet, as it's an acrylic, synthetic material that is engineered to certain heights. So we just need some information that this is a feasible detail with the product that's mentioned.
so I just want to know the reason we had recommended it. It has been built in one of the sites where the
I
truck
understand,
is,
yeah.
So it has been done. But I agree with both of your points, is that it needs to be, the more detail needs to be provided in terms of the structural stability and integrity of this structure to contain, since it's going to occupy a much larger area. So those details need to be provided. The drawings in this submission all throughout this drawing, the drawings have been very scant and minimal. So it needs to be bumped up. And when
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead, Chair.
And when
Sorry.
about landscaping, I do want the landscaping detail with plant specification, types, numbers mentioned. We can provide samples. I'm sure the applicant is quite familiar with what we require. This has been such, as I keep mentioning it, this has been a tortured site, whether it's the fault of the property owner or prior tenant. Lesson learned again, but we need to make sure that it is very, very clear. Whoever is going to occupy this space and whoever is going to earn the money from its tenant knows clearly what direction it has to give to the tenant in terms of maintaining it, operating it, and building it to the exact standard that the board has laid out. And if it fails, then both are going to be held liable. Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't want to comment on the structural feasibility of or the constructability of the fence from the structural point of view. But if you look at the detail on page 5 of the PDF, you can see that there are some, I believe these are posts, and they didn't give us the spacing for the posts. I believe structurally it's buildable. As a structural engineer, if someone give me a fence like this and he want to structurally design it, I could do it. But the way it's gonna look at the end of the day, I'm not sure if like these steel posts are gonna be statically pleasant from the street side. In addition to this, again, my impression from the last hearing was that the lower portion of the fence would be brick or concrete. As a structural engineer, and this is a sincere advice to the applicant, and I know this applicant listens. If you want to design this structurally right, putting steel posts at 6 feet spacing or 8 feet spacing, and put like a legitimate foundation underneath each post for probably 22 tall fence, you're going to have 2 issues. The first issue is associated with the cost for the steel posts. They are not going to be like a toy. They're going to be like really beefy ones. So they're going to be large sections. And the footing is not going to be like a small footing for a 1-story building or so. You're going to need to put probably some piers, and they're going to need to be drilled deep. Deep here means deep, probably in excess of 6 feet. In addition to the diameter for these piers acting as footings will be significant. That being said, if you just like put a concrete fence or put a brick fence, you're gonna benefit two ways. In addition to that what I said, you gotta make sure that the capacity or the performance of that acoustical barrier is solid enough to prevent its rattling during the like if you have a truck next nearby and that truck is like somebody's hitting the gas pedal, the noise goes to crazy levels. If that barrier is not performing right, it's gonna be a nightmare to whoever is walking next to that fence from the other side, street side. So that being said, if you put a concrete / brick fence, you're gonna get rid of that concern, that the concern that's associated with the rattling and the noise and that probably degradation in the performance of that barrier with time. And in addition, you're gonna eliminate the need for the steel posts, and probably you could design a feasible, good size foundation for that concrete / brick fence. So it's up to the applicant at the end of the day, but again, the structural concern is out of our scope. We just give advices on that. That noise concern here is what I'm like focusing on. And if they're gonna go with that, we need to get a lot more information on how this barrier would perform. Thank you.
So here's the issue. So it screens out from a tech memo point of view that the noise is not the issue. So if we are going to assume that in order to maintain an ambient noise level, something happened.
Here we go.
I think what the applicant is stating that the prior use had more vehicles, more ins and outs, and this particular project would have a less impact, noise impact. And given that vehicles will be coming in once a day and then they will be exiting, or they'll either exit or entry, that's the 2 trip that will happen, no more than that for each of these vehicles. And since it's limited to only 48 vehicles as opposed to 125 buses and vans, the amount of noise generated from it will be less during the daytime, because most of these vehicles will be out of the facility in the morning doing truck service and rerouting, routing through whatever services they need to do. And then in the evening, they will all come back to their home.
Do we know that? Because
But that's the operational plan, and that's what that is going to be one of the conditions in our, the operational plan that the applicant has stated out, based on which the tech memo is being reviewed, is going to be part of the condition, is that it has to be operating in this manner.
Right. One thing that the tenant, I suppose the new owner said, I forgot the name of the company, the corporation, is I had asked whether there would be multiple tenants, that they would rent out spaces to, and they said probably not, probably just a single user. Perhaps we should consider a condition about the number of different users of the site at any given time.
Well, that's going to be very difficult for us to monitor.
Yeah.
I also want to look at it from a point. So if they have a person on site who is going to manage the operation on a day-to-day basis, and that person knows what are the requirements and what is the limit and how many ins and out you can do,
Sure.
that should be a way to monitor it.
Okay.
So there are,
Chair?
yeah.
Yeah, I have a response to the claim that because of the number of vehicles is less and the frequency is less, that necessarily means that the noise impact would be less.
This is totally based on technical SECRA manual. And I had the same concern and comments, and I did reach out to our technical person on this, Tracy Benke. And, we have to respect how SECRA is written and how SECRA evaluates it. But your point is well taken. If they are proposing this wall, they need to show us that this wall will provide an attenuation of what would be required to maintain a noise level. And that needs to be diagrammatically shown how that is being achieved. And what you pointed out was the distance of the spacing. It has to be something that would be durable and be able to withstand such heavy walls and be able to sustain itself and not bend and become a danger to the neighbor and be able to address the need that we want this to happen.
And if they're gonna look at that, they don't need to start from scratch, I would say. They can grab that application and take the noise levels that were measured on site from that study that was done before, and they can apply this to the site. It's probably more or less same noise levels, and they can look at the performance based on that.
Okay. That's a good thing. And in that situation, there were homes that were right next to the lot line.
That's
Here-
correct.
So, yeah,
Yes.
okay. All very good suggestions, but a lot of it is in the detail and the applicant's response. As I've said, I think right from the beginning, what always concerned are the very minimal information was provided with a lot of assumptions. Now that we have a prospective tenant, we have a better understanding of who is going to occupy it. And I hope the prospective tenant is listening. If you're going to use the site, it has to be done in this manner and maintained in this manner. And providing minimal information is not going to help because we are going to put this on a short leash. I'm going to be very clear up front. And I need to know the timeline of the execution of the agreements, business terms, and from that, the start of the implementation. And that is going to determine how much time we will be giving you to do this project and turnaround time. Thank you. Yes.
Item number 18,
Thank you, everybody.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
19708 BZ, 341 Troy Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. Applicant made its submission in response to the questions that were raised at the initial hearing. The clarification that has been provided, I found it very helpful. Thank you. With regards to the community board, board sent a letter stating that they did not have a quorum in their November and December hearing schedule dates, and it has been scheduled for tomorrow. So hopefully a decision can be arrived at soon. I believe at the last hearing, a community board representative was at our hearing. Hopefully the applicant, so they're aware of it. They're interested in this case. Applicant did provide an amended financial feasibility study. And in that, the applicant states that the sales prices in both the lesser and the proposed scenarios are similar to the previous financial report. And also the amendment and the prior financial report incorporated the outdoor space for each of the units and the rooftop terrace. And I actually found the unit mix price factor and the unit comparison chart very helpful. And that helped actually answer my confusion and understanding of this much more clearly. I do want the Commissioner Otley Brown to confirm that the revised financing and the unit mix have been factored in. And applicant also did provide an update on the DOB violation. There is one outstanding DOB violation, which has been, there was one which has been closed. There is still an open ECB violation, and the applicant states that it will be resolved once the completion, when the project completes. So I'm overall satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I too am satisfied with the changes they made to the unit types and how they explain that to us. I agree that they calculate their spaces and provide details of comp. I don't know if not sure if CB is the only thing that's outstanding.
That's the only holdout.
I have nothing further to say.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I read the financials and we had asked for more detail as to how they valued their outdoor space versus their indoor space. And They gave us more specific information, greater detail, which I appreciated. We usually ask applicants to value outdoor space at 50% of indoor space, and they acknowledge that we do have that as our standard. However, they wanted to deviate from the standard and value the outdoor space at 25% of the indoor space, precisely because this building is only 4 stories in a penthouse in an area that is similarly developed around 3 to 5 stories. And so therefore, you have no benefit of a view, a water view, a nice city view from any of these outdoor spaces, and that would limit their value. I'll accept that, especially because this is a small project. And also, not only that, I did do the math myself. I redid the math as if they would value the outdoor spaces if it's 50% of the indoor space instead of 25%. And that would add an additional $696,000 in value to the lesser variance, an additional 1.2 million in value for the proposed variance, which doesn't actually raise the annual return that high. It then jumps up to 5.16% for the lesser variance and 6.95% for the proposed. And so therefore, I feel like it does not disturb the original findings. And so I feel that it then met the B&E finding as is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner Otley, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note that they just submitted the resolution for the community board and the community board minutes.
Oh,
I'm
was
sorry.
20 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, I didn't
Yeah.
see it.
And also now they are asking for an extension of time to complete construction. I'm not sure if this was included from the beginning, but and they also updated the statement of facts to update us on the violations, and they said one of them was resolved already.
Thank you.
That's all what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to for the
No, the community.
committee
purchase-
board thing. Commissioner Yoon, you please proceed while I'm looking for that.
No,
Yeah,
community
thank you.
purchase-
So we got a very lengthy resolution and
It's only saying they're gonna hear. I'm sorry, I didn't.
So,
interrupt.
so please let,
I'm sorry. I
no, it's
apologize.
they sent a link, it's a 2-page document that discusses this case, but in the minutes, it does appear like the BSA application, an amended version of the application was approved on a majority vote with 3 abstentions, but it doesn't break down the vote. It
So
does say
Mandy-
here in the minutes that it was approved, assuming that this is the only BSA application that was discussed. So if the applicant could clarify, because it's not in the typical format that we get for a vote.
maybe this was an executive committee vote. That may have been
Yeah.
the reason. That's possible. Why you're seeing,
Um,
is it? No?
Stella,
I think it's general board minutes.
Ms. Pringa?
The district manager said they didn't have a quorum.
I see. So it's just a majority vote with who was present.
Okay,
But the next board, their general board meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. So they asked if we would take the recommendation at the end.
I see. Okay. The only other thing I had was, I think that the extension of time was not part of the original application. It was just the amendment to the variance. Because then the later submission, the more recent submission discusses that they need a waiver because they're actually filing this more than a year before the expiration of the original grant. And so I just had a technical question because they're adding this waiver. Are we granting from the date of the expiration or do we grant it? Does the 4-year term start from the date of the grant? Because it's earlier than, it's over a year
earlier.
earlier than.
It would be from the date of, I think it would be from the date of the grant.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I had nothing further.
In community board's concern, I have to read the whole thing, but one of the concerns, which I think was also raised at the hearing, was that monitoring and cleanup of the remediation, and that the applicant meets the construction timeline of June of 2026. Otherwise, the extension of time, and if the applicant does not meet this deadline, we ask that any further extension of time for completion be denied. I find that a little bit counterintuitive, because if a site is under construction and it's in the process of being remediated and being improved upon, if we deny any extension of time, then the site will remain a very much damaged, hollow, unused site, which would not be at all of a benefit for the community. And nor will it resolve the issue. So, and oftentimes applicants ask for extension time for various circumstances that is not always in their control. So the board does look at extension of time, and the applicant does provide its reasons why there has been delay, and what it is doing to address it and to bring it to compliance and to complete the construction. So there are many factors that go into it. I think I at this point, definitely I'm not in a position to want to deny an extension of time. So Commissioner Yoon has posted the letter. Are there anything specific, other concerns?
Trying to read through it.
It sounds like they are supporting the amendment.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, so. So does that mean the community board is still going to continue with a vote tomorrow? Or they're just going to give us, we're going to rely on the majority vote?
My understanding is the land use committee approved this, but let me call the community board. I've been in email communication with them. That's why they told me that the quorum wasn't present, but let me call them and see if they're going to hold a general board vote tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank
It
you.
looks like we have a representative here. So during the public hearing, maybe they can also speak to it.
I'm not sure if that's the person I've been speaking to is the district manager. The person whose hand is raised does not match the person I've been speaking to, but they could be a member. I'm not sure what their position is.
Yeah, she spoke at the last hearing, and she stated that she was chair of the land use committee. So maybe we
Okay,
could her during the public hearing.
Yeah.
okay,
Ms.
great.
Yeah, we can't take your testimony at this moment. When the public hearing is active, then we can take your testimony.
Okay,
So please lower your hand.
thank you. I really appreciate your attending and listening to our comments. So we will get to the public review session, and you will get the opportunity. We'll make sure you get to go first after the applicant has stated. Let's go to the next case.
Item number 19, 2018-95 BZ Volume 2, 120 Avenue M, Brooklyn.
Okay, applicant has made its submission in response to the comments that were raised at the initial hearing. We have not received any response from the community board on this one. So with regards to the comparison between the approved and the proposed layout, a space need comparison chart by floor has been provided, outlining the need for the change. Regarding the need for both a gymnasium space and a physical therapy, occupational therapy space on a single floor, the applicant states that these rooms will be utilized simultaneously and would not have the same purpose. And keeping these spaces together on a single floor would make access easier for both the participants, as most of them are physically disabled, and also for the staff. So I have some comments with regards to the proposed plan. The rendering that has been provided, it is very helpful in responding to my questions, especially with regards to the visibility of the bulkhead from the residential frontage, and also the facade treatment. However, I see that there is a designated area for a passive recreation accessory use for the occupants of the building. And the proposed occupancy would be for 74%, though the rated capacity is 248. So the prior approved plan did not permit any use of the rooftop for anything other than for maintenance purposes. So this would be a significant amendment. And the proposed recreation area will be located along McDonald Avenue frontage. And this use has not been mentioned anywhere in the statement of facts or in the space need comparison chart. So this came as a little bit of a surprise. And now that we have a much more readable plan, that's how I guess I identified that. On Friday, board received an operational plan in response to the inflow and the outflow from the site. And there the applicant states that there are 3 distinct groups that would come and use the facility. One is the habitation group that would have about 100 participants, and the program runs from Monday through Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. And they arrive by vans. 8 to 10 vans would be coming to this site. And the participants would enter the facility from McDonald Avenue and and a small number from majority from Avenue M and a very small number from 2nd Street. Then there's the second group, which is the medical facility that who regularly use the program, and which is the majority of the client. And then there are few who are not regular enrollers. And the hours of operations for that is a little different. It starts from 9 a.m. as opposed to 8:30. And the staff, it states that there would be 25 to 30 staff arriving in the morning, and they would enter from Avenue M portion. And the remaining staff would be arriving at various times using the Avenue M entrance also. So there was an environmental condition that was placed by prior board, and that was to require a shuttle bus service from the facility to the nearby off-street parking facilities for visitors, staff, for off-peak and for peak and off-peak hours. And there was a restrictive deck that had to be recorded. So I want the applicant to confirm that that is still being carried through, and that is still part of the condition that will remain. As I was going through my earlier notes, especially with regards to the 2 vans that will be parked in the rear yard, applicant needs to confirm if the remaining buses and vans will be parking at other parking facilities and not parking on the sites by the curbside of the subject site. Because that was a concern that the community board had raised, and that I think that kind of prompted a lot of this services and location placement. Also verify the staff and the habilitation number, because as I was looking at my notes, the prior numbers were slightly different from what is being proposed. So I want to know if the scale has reduced, because in the prior one, the habilitation participant was 190 as it's being proposed now as 100. And previous one had identified staff of 183 versus 50. So please do confirm if there has been any change. Otherwise, I think the project is moving in the right direction. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I also feel the project is moving in the right direction, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I want to thank the applicant. I'd asked about the entrances that had been added or how they had been modified. There seems to be now an official entrance on McDonald, whereas the previously approved plans had shown just an auxiliary entrance. And we got a letter on Friday that described how those would be used. So what I'd like to ask now, there's a set of subway stairs that goes up to the elevated platform that is in front of the site on McDonald. So if you could please show that on your drawings and in your renderings, just so we understand the relationship of the building and the subway stairs and how much space there is on the sidewalk. Because now that there's an official lobby and reception area, and we expect, I think that the operational plan mentioned that all of the non-program users who are using the medical facility will use that as their main entrance on McDonald. So also to the chair's point, like the number of people that you expect to be using those services and that entrance, and just the relationship of the subway stairs to the building entrances.
Thank you.
Move on.
Yeah.
Item number 20, 15603 BZ and 12715 BZ, 13535 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we have received community board recommendation. Community board voted to disapprove this application, citing findings C and E not being addressed, and also expressing concern that the traffic generated from the 16,000 square foot of community space and the increase in total number of FAR respectively. Applicant has applied ZHO parking requirement. It is in the outer transit zone with reduced parking requirement for residential use. It reduces from 50% to per DU to 25% per DU. And thus the parking requirement reduces to 201 parking spaces, though the proposed is 238. And the applicant states the parking waiver is not required. So that is one reduction in one of the asks. At the last hearing, the outstanding question was the financial analysis. So what I want to do is I want to go to Commissioner Otley Brown first and start off that part of the discussion. And from there, we will follow the pattern. Go ahead.
So the reason why we are actually starting with the financials is because this financial report and also a financial report for another case also submitted by the same financial analyst has introduced a new category line item of construction costs that we had not seen previously, and I'm going back 18 years. And that is carrying costs during the sellout period. For this case, that happens to be a very significant number. It numbers $30 million for the previously approved variance and also $32 million for the newly proposed variance. And the reason why we want to address that here is to literally put a stop to the addition of this line item into the analysis. And here's the reason why. It's purely a market issue. With variances, what we do as the board is we want to compensate the applicant for a hardship as stated in the uniqueness finding. And the idea behind that is that we are, by granting waivers to the zoning resolution, are allowing the applicant to be put on the same footing as all the other properties around it. Not to give them an advantage over the other properties, but put them on the same footing so that they can compete. Once the building is built, that is done. Our job is done. Now, carrying costs during the sellout period is a market issue. And what makes it a market issue is it is determined by how long it takes for a project to sell out all of its apartments. And that's determined by the market and determined by the developer and how he prices his units relative to the market. If you are consistently above market, it's going to take you forever to sell all your units. If you are priced at market and you know that your units aren't selling as a developer, and developers do this throughout the city, you discount the units that aren't selling so that this way you can sell them quickly. If we were to compensate a developer for the carrying costs during the sellout period by granting them more floor area, there's no incentive for that developer to be at market. They could then let the units sit there for as long as they need to because they've already been compensated for the cost to maintain those units during that time. And that is a market issue. And that's why we are not going to accept those costs going forward. for this case or for any other case that comes before us. But I also want to give additional information as to why we would not accept that. And it is based on assumptions that the carrying costs during a sellout period would be the same each month of the sellout period. And there's no way for the board to be able to determine that, because that would be determined based on how many units sell at a particular time and how many units remain unsold. And the board simply does not follow a case through like that. So for instance, in real terms, you could have a 100-unit building, and it could be a very well-publicized building that's advertised appropriately and well, and they could sell 90 units before they even get a C of O, leaving 10 units remaining to be sold, and the developer could take his time selling those 10 units. But what we wouldn't want to do as a board is compensate you for the 100 units not being sold, when in reality, there's no way to know what was sold, no way for us to really know what was sold and when it was sold. And so it would not be a very transparent category at best. And so that's another reason why the board would not want to use that. So that being said, the $30 and $32 million worth of construction costs that's attributed to that line item needs to be removed. Once that line item is removed, that has a corresponding increase in project value of what you just removed from the construction costs or development costs. And so that adds $30 million to the project value of the amended proposal, as well as the originally approved proposal. And guess what that does? The profit on the originally approved proposal jumps up to over $90 million, which is actually what the ask was in this report that was submitted to us for the newly proposed project. And so therefore, I feel that the original grant still satisfies the B&E finding, and there is no need for any extra floor area to be granted by this board.
I was gonna say, for the board to consider any sort of carrying costs for sellout period would, in essence, require the board to condition the sale of those units within a time certain, which wouldn't be
Yeah.
helpful for the board or prudent for the applicant.
Right.
To which, if it doesn't happen, they might lose their variance.
I don't even know
They
how
have
we
lots of
monitor.
reason to keep.
We can't.
We
Right.
cannot monitor.
It's not the board's jurisdiction or problem to sell a building.
Exactly.
They
And
have
so
reasons for not selling.
I would be supportive of a straight extension of time to complete the project, but not any more granting of any waivers by this board. That would be my suggestion to the
And-
chair and vice chair.
And if an applicant's proposing a building that has such an exorbitant carrying cost, maybe it's not the best building that they're proposing.
Well, the carrying cost is a question mark, is how it is being analyzed. And that's really, it's from what Commissioner Otley Brown is saying, it's kind of factoring in that all the units are going to be vacant for so many period, and that's not how it happens. And that's a business decision.
Right.
So you're taking the worst case scenario of a business decision and factoring that in and adding that as a deficit. So-
It also,
All
it's,
other buildings being made at the same time will have those carrying costs.
Right,
Well-
exactly. It's a market issue because it
Yeah, that's
affects
what-
all residential properties.
Yeah.
And like currently there's an algorithm that's keeping the buildings that empty, so to raise rents, it's way too much that we don't want to get into.
It's not a zoning
It's-
concern.
I don't think it's
Yeah.
a zoning concern.
No,
It's a
no.
market concern, and we don't do market monitoring.
just to add, it's also dependent on what they're assuming the amenities and the features of this building will be. So whether it's a luxury or a standard kind of market rental, that's completely out of our hands and no way for us to analyze what an appropriate carrying cost would be for a standard building versus a luxury building. It's just not a place that I think we should go.
Agreed.
Well, I think the amenities generally get factored into the financials. So, and I'm
I just
assuming-
mean carrying costs
Right,
only.
but
The guy that works at the gym, the air conditioning for the gym, you know, how
Yeah,
many
the
elevators, how many
utilities, I mean,
doormen, do you-
Oh, oh,
how many porters do you?
the
It's not something we can get into.
Agreed.
at all.
Okay, understood.
Mhm.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much, Commissioner Otley Brown. Those would say that the proposed building, if you knock down a few floors, it's still a better proposal in terms of design and way it's placed in the building. And especially with the way the garage operates. Before it was a
It was that
turntable
Kind
kind
of,
of thing,
yeah.
which kind of doesn't seem. I think what they're proposing of having this ramped up entryway with a porte-cochere, interior porte-cochere for drop-off, pickup and others, those are good solutions, and those would minimize more of the wait time and turnover rate, and the way the building is proposed, and the way it's being respectful of the historic building facade, or trying to rebuild the historic building facade and to build the massing above that. It is more respectful from a neighborhood context point of view. So if they can, I'm going to pick up from where you left, which is if they can propose this building with a reduced floor plates that retains the same amount of FAR that was approved previously, that would be a way to go about it. And the reason I'm saying that is I had asked at the last hearing was as part of the ZHO, there are a lot of new waivers that have been permitted, which were previously part of the quality housing and ZCO and also the mechanical deduction. I want the applicant's architecture team go through each one of these floor plans, very detailed, and identify how much of these floor areas can be deducted based on the ZCO and ZHO, and see how much a floor area can that was previously granted. Look at the original approved plan. Look at how much of the original approved plan, if you translate it into this new floor area, or whichever is the most economical floor area, I will leave it at that also, gets you a most viable floor plate with all of these deductions, mechanical deduction, all these other amenity deductions, and all of those, that will get you more units on this floor plan, the new floor plan, or even the previously approved floor plan. And will that work for you? And you need to go through that. The letter just said, yes, everything has been factored in, but the zoning calculation did not break it down. And I think you need to do this for your own benefit. And you need to, in light of what Commissioner Otley Brown has said, we need to look at it, make sure you have factored in every deductible that is permitted under ZHO, has been considered and has been looked at before you ask for this additional density. So that is point number one. Point number two is when I was looking at the section and the floors that's been designated for floor to ceiling, designated for parking. There are 3 floors that's been designated for parking: the cellar, the back of the first floor, and back of the second floor. The height of the cellar is the same height, actually maybe a little bit more than the height that has been designated for the parking area on the first floor and on the second floor. Why am I saying this? Is on the first floor and the second floor, stackers are being used, but no stackers are being proposed in the cellar. Why not provide more stackers in the cellar and try to accommodate your parking? You're providing about 25 more parking spaces than required, which I think in a site like this, it's fine. And I mean, additional 25%, it's a good revenue generator, but it's not going to make or break the financial. I don't think so. So keeping those numbers, I think you would still be able to provide that parking number just in the cellar and on the first floor. You don't need to have the enlargement on the second floor for that parking need. So what that does, it reduces the building height a little bit. And you can start your residential units from the third floor onwards up to the maximum height of the previously approved floor area for residential, which was 6.69 FAR. Whereas the proposed is 7.26 FAR. That's a significant jump. So these are directions, not recommendations. So please revise the financials based on what Commissioner Otley Brown has stated. And based on that, also look at the approved plan, previously approved plan, and see how ZHO would apply. And if the revised plan results in better layout, configuration, more units, but in that same approved FAR that the board had granted, come up with that revised plan. That would be my recommendation. Vice Chair Shibata.
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown, do you want to add anything?
Well said, Chair. I don't have anything to say, but well said.
Well, thank you. Thank you for shedding light on this matter. This helped us. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
The only thing I want to say about your orders for how they should proceed is that sellers in buildings like this can be really tough to plan anything height-wise. In my experience on buildings like this, the cellar ceiling ends up being much, much lower because you have so much MEP, so much stuff running through these things to get everything working and operational, and the clear height you end up having ends up being so much less than no matter how much coordination you do, it is always low. There may be spots where you can put stackers, but I think if they come back and say that the cellar is tough, I have also experienced that. So I just want to add that in from the coordination standpoint. And then I had a question about, I also think the port cochere is a much better solution than what was previously approved. But I had a question if there would be a loading zone in front of the building in addition, because one can imagine not every Uber is going to go into the port cochere to drop people off here. And it is such a heavily used intersection. So if, and when we were there on site, there were insets for parking spaces where the sidewalk was reduced. And so if there was some, I don't know if DOT has had any opinion on this, or maybe the project manager can speak to that, but it seems like a loading zone in front of the building would also be helpful in order to reduce double parking and traffic impacts.
I think that's opening up a whole different can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I close the can?
I think the best would be if the Ubers go into the port cochere and drop off rather than, and that's a whole DOT segment. If it's
Okay.
just an extension of time,
Yeah, but it's an amendment, well. Okay.
well, it may, okay, it could be an extension time and an amendment of the building configuration without any change to the FAR.
Right, right.
And if that's the case, the prior board didn't ask for any of those drop-offs and pickups.
I see.
So it would be a very tall order to ask DOT to review that. That's just, I'm thinking, but I like your suggestion. And I like your suggestion. Let's think about this. I'm
Okay,
gonna do-
okay.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I'll let
I
you
think I
take your
saw Ms.
hand out,
Prenga
Joe.
had her hand up. Ms. Prenga, do you want to say anything?
We have not sent this to DOT for review. We were not going to based on the increment.
Yeah. Okay.
However, it is up to the board if you would like to do that. It's your directive or prerogative. Thank you.
No, we have to think about it. It's a good point, but need to think about it. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Otley Brown, thank you very much. And I think this is something that we need to take note of it. Whenever we get an application where carrying cost is being identified, we have to immediately alert the applicant to remove that. It cannot, it's not something that we can monitor or can factor into our conditions or anything.
Carrying costs during sell-off.
During sell-off.
Yeah.
Right, during sell-off.
Okay,
Yes,
move on.
yes, thank you.
New cases, item number 21, 34851 BZ, 88-20 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and public hearing notices. Community board did approve with conditions, and the conditions are that e-bike charging facility be provided on the site, and that applicant provide landscaping in front of 25th Avenue. Not sure. I did go to the site, and I'm not sure if landscaping is possible along 25th Avenue on the subject site. On the sidewalk, maybe you can provide some street trees. But I don't know if it's possible, given the way the building, the site is oriented and the access from the vehicular access from 25th to the pump stations. However, since the charging station is being proposed for vehicles, I don't know if, are those the same charging station for e-bikes? And if so, can those be used for e-bikes? That's a question I have. So this is an application for an amendment of a previously approved special permit, which permitted an automotive service station with accessory use to enlarge the building, to provide an accessory convenience store and reconfigure an auto repair area to provide an additional auto repair bay. I want the applicant to update the use group category based on ZHO. And please revise the existing plan, indicate the location of the existing air pressure and vacuum machines that are located on the site. So the threshold for increasing floor area is based on zoning resolution section 11-412, which the applicant in his statement and based on the analysis provided seems to be met. The proposed extension, proposed increase in floor area from existing 2,132 square foot to 2,681 square foot will be less than 50% that is permitted pursuant to 11-412. So the applicant is proposing to convert a portion of the existing bay building, repair building, to a convenience store. And the applicant has provided an analysis for the TPPN. And based on that, it seems the store would not exceed either 2,500 square foot or 25% of the lot area, whichever is less. Applicant did provide a compliance chart. And I do appreciate, always this applicant provides a very thorough compliance chart. So I do appreciate all the board's condition and the assessment. Now, based on the compliance chart, it seems some of the elements of the existing conditions are not complying. Applicant is proposing to legalize them by including 2 curb cuts that are located on 89th Street and also proposing, but it was not clear about the fence condition. So looking at the plan, the lumen level, the proposed lumen level is too high along the residential lot line. Some of them are at 5.4 lumen levels, so it needs to be reduced. It shall not be more than 2 along the lot line. With regards to the signage, it needs to comply with C11. And the total square foot of the signage on the site is 119 square foot. All of that 48 square foot is illuminated. The proposed location of the sites are located away from the abutting residential building. So I think that's a good thing. However, the applicant needs to correct the chart that is on plan set page number 12. In that, the applicant, I think, miscorrectly lists the non-illuminated as 48 square foot. Zoning limits the total surface area, which is the same as the non-illuminated. So and the illuminated sign is much less, which is 50%, 50 square foot. The chart needs to show that the proposed surface area of the illuminated sign per frontage and the total of both illuminated and the non-illuminated separately. With regards to the plan, based on the maneuverability plan, it would be almost impossible for a vehicle to park on one of the spaces near 89th Street, which is designated for customer parking for convenience store. It would seem like it would always be used for circulation for vehicles that are exiting from the pump station. Based on the zoning chart, 6 parking spaces are required. Applicant is proposing 8 spaces, including 1 ADA. So maybe you could reduce that parking space that is along 89th Street. Applicant states a 3 dispenser fuel station is proposed. And a 3 dispenser fuel station has, I just wanted to know, there are 3 pump islands. Is that the same as 3 dispensers?
No,
No.
So
Because
it
the
could-
island is that raised concrete that a dispenser is on.
So it's proposing 3 dispensers per island.
But I think he only had 4 dispensers before,
Yeah, 2,
right?
right? Or 4 to each island. I think it's 4 to each island.
Yeah,
It wasn't clear to me exactly. The reason I'm asking that is if you're proposing a 3 or a 4 dispenser fuel per island, you need to make sure you have enough space for 2 cars to be parking there. And the location of the pump island needs to factor that in. So to me, that's why I'm asking that question, how that is being done. The applicant is to dimension the canopy and the distance of the proposed pump island from the lot line and between each one of the pumps. Prior board had conditioned that it should be minimum 10 feet from the lot line. So I would like to know how much it is. I think it is going to be corrected in the proposed plan, but I did not have the dimensions. I wasn't clear. The applicant needs to stripe the pedestrian walkway along the building and need to dimension that walkway. The location of the proposed air vac would be along the residential lot line, which to me is concerning. And that too, it would be a 24/7 operation. So I would recommend that this air vac machine be located maybe along 89th Street frontage, which is away from the residential use. And it's really where the ADA parking space is located. So maybe change the orientation of the parking layout so that the ADA parking can be used for air vac and provide the ADA parking space parallel to the pedestrian walkway so that it's easier for an ADA person to use it rather than perpendicular. I don't know. I'm just kind of talking that through. But that's for the applicant to decide. But the location of the air vac by residential use should be reconsidered. Also, the hours of the machine, if it is next to the residential, then if that's the only place, it needs to be reduced. It cannot be a 24/7 operation. Applicant needs to indicate the proposed height of the fence along the residential lot line. Also provide the noise attenuation, opaque fence along the western side lot line and the opaque fence along the southern lot line. It's not clear whether they are or not. Provide the proposed height and material of the trash enclosure. Provide details of the landscaping, width, depth, planting type. And based on the site photos and from my site visit, there are tires and car parts that are stored outside the building. And the cars that are, and based on the photos, there were cars that were parked on the sidewalk. So applicant needs to provide photos of the fence condition along the lot line and need to identify how these tires are going to be stored inside the building when it's not in operation and prevent any vehicles parking on the sidewalk. There is one open DOB violation, which is construction related. And actually the condition of the asphalt on the side, it's not in good shape. That needs to be. Can I suggest that this conversation happen outside because we are recording? Thank you. So there is one open DOB violation, which is construction related. And as I was saying, based on my site visit, I did see the asphalt to be in poor shape and in its need of repair, but I'm assuming this major overhaul of all of this, putting a new underground storage tank and all the relocation would result in improvement of all the asphalt treatment. So I didn't put it as a condition. I'm assuming that is going to be a default of all of these improvements that are going to be made to the site. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. That was, you touched on all my points. I do believe that the application meets the findings, but I do rather have them respond to your multiple questions, especially considering the circulation with those now having those 3 pump islands. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I don't drive very often, so you are the driver, so you know better. So I kind of raised it from my reading of the plan. So chime in whenever you think I'm wrong. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So to clarify and provide or an answer to your question, it was originally 2 pump islands, each one with 1 MPD, and each MPD had 2 fueling positions on one on each side. So now it's going to 3 pump islands, each one with 1 MPD. Each MPD has 2 filling positions, 1 on each side of the island. So you have a total of 6 fueling positions. And you could actually see that in the proposed plans, page 14 of 16, where it shows the traffic route onto and off of the site.
Okay. Thank you.
It looks as if it works from what I can see, and I actually think that the location of these 3 pump islands spaced throughout the site are better than the original, which showed
I agree.
2 pump islands almost on top of each other, not making use of the entire site's free space.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my opinion on based on what I was seeing. I don't have any other questions or comments, except did I understand the plans correctly regarding the number of pump positions, fueling positions based on what I just said?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I do share your comments regarding the lumen, the asphalt, the tire storage, and it sounds like the tire storage has a history on site. If you look at that Google Street View, that like there is a photo from 2016, and it still show that the tires outside, even not just outside the building, but outside, maybe on the sidewalk, all the way outside.
Yeah, actually, there is a tire store next to the property, which is not associated with this site.
I'm not sure if this is a tire store. I believe it belongs to, hold on 1 second.
Maybe the applicant clarified, but based on my site visit,
I'm talking about this. I'm not sure if this is a store, but it sounds like it's part of.
it actually has it's a separate store, which sells tires exclusively and all.
Okay, maybe.
And those are the ones that are blocking the sidewalk along 25th.
Okay, so it doesn't belong to them. But yeah, I have nothing further. You said it all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have a few comments to add. Let's see, I'm just gonna share screen. So, the tire and the parts, the air and vac station is currently located. Yeah, you need to locate it on the existing plan, first of all, but then, it's located here where the proposed handicap space would be. And I think this location is problematic because cars are definitely going to park on the sidewalk to use it. Because it's very narrow here between,
Well, the revised plan, if you look at the revised plan, it's going to be a little bit more inset. That extension, that overhang.
Yeah.
Is not going to be there. So, and there could be a way to contain it by providing a fence along that.
that was gonna be another point. I think that if there's gonna be any parking or any kind of use on this side on 89th Street, we need some bollards or a fence because people are definitely gonna park on
I
the
agree.
sidewalk
Agree.
to use any of it. I also think that the trash is in a tough location if you have someone parked in that spot or for pickups. Certainly you'll have a wheel stop. I just am concerned that the trash is gonna end up going around onto the sidewalk for pickups and drop-offs, but
I think there are a lot of cases we have seen before, especially on small sites, where generally the trash enclosure will be located in front of a parking space. The idea being the trash enclosure is not going to be used all the time. And during those off time that, generally the pickup is happening at non-rush hour. So possibility of the parking spot being available. And therefore it can be carted out and in.
yeah, that's
So
fair enough. It's also very close to a home, but
it is, it's, the question is, which is the worst? That's why I was kind of trying to see which one is a better off location. In this case, where is it? It's located in someone's backyard, right next to someone's yard.
in which case?
In the current case.
Oh, the current
proposed
case. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whereas here, there's a trash enclosure, there's a separation of space between the wall. So that's why I felt maybe that's a better location.
I'm just thinking about the noise of pickup, but
The trash enclosure, you're talking about the trash enclosure location?
yes. There's just noise associated with trucks coming and pulling up and getting the trash.
The applicant, should describe generally how that happens. Generally, they roll out the bin and then it gets carted out.
Seen that before, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know what is a better location. Definitely not in that
Place.
interior corner because that will disturb more residential uses.
In
Uh,
here.
Yeah, it will disturb more residential uses, more backyard. And there is a requirement. So.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna.
The applicant should describe. I hear your concern. I hear your concern.
It's very close to an actual house as opposed to a backyard. That's where I found it. Also because I hear trash trucks go up and down my street all the time and it's very loud. So I'm gonna move on. The expansion goes towards these rear yards and it increases 15 feet to page right. And I think the chain link fence here that is abutting the residential yard should have a sound attenuating blanket or be composed of something that attenuates some sound because auto repair shops can be quite loud.
Okay. Which corner? You're talking about the corner or?
No,
the
no, I'm
side?
talking about this side
Yes,
fence
agree. Yeah.
that abuts these residential
Yeah.
yards should have some sort of
Excuse
attenuation
me.
to minimize the noise that transfers over to the backyards.
Yes,
Let's see,
and that would be a western portion of the lot line, right? Not,
that is, where's the north?
yeah,
row?
that
Yes,
should be the
western
western.
portion, correct.
Yeah.
The bollards or the fence along the handicap parking spot we talked about. They want to legalize the 2 curb cuts on 89th Street, but based on this maneuverability plan, I don't even know why do they need the first curb cut, the one that's closest to the intersection? So I'd like the applicant to clarify what's the justification for having both. I think that the originally approved plans had just this one and not the one further back.
Yeah, and they are requesting a legalization because these two are, all four are existing.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't really know why you even need this one. And then the lumens we already talked about. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on.
Yeah.
Last item, item number 22-2693 BZ 880 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and public hearing. We did not get a community board resolution on this.
I reached out, so.
Okay, thank you. This is an application for a reinstatement of a previously approved variance that expired on July 19, 2014, which permitted an accessory parking and a drive-through for an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment within the residential portion of the zoning lot. And it is an amendment to enlarge the existing eating and drinking establishment into the residential portion of the zoning lot, and also is seeking a waiver of board's rule. The statement of fact and previously approved plans are not matching regarding the number of required reservoir drive-through spaces. 10 per plan versus statement of facts as 12. Indicate on the plan and state in the statement of fact the dimension of the lots and lot area located within the C82 portion and in the R5 portion. Dimension the existing building, proposed expansion, and also the dimension of the portion of the building in the residential and in the C zone, and identify the amount of floor area within the R5 versus C8 existing versus proposed. Provide interior lot line conditions, photos, trash enclosures, etc. And also please update the use group. Please, applicants, just update the use groups. There's been a significant change and it would make it easier. And these applications were filed before ZHO, and the tech use group changes happened during ZEO. So the applicant is proposing to enlarge the existing eating and drinking establishment by about 474 square foot. And of that 474 square foot, about 127 square foot will be in the R5 portion. And this is to upgrade the facility and providing all the new requirements, I guess, upgrade the new freezer, cooler, and such facilities. And is also proposing to reduce the parking from 17 to 12 accessory parking spaces, though 8 parking spaces are required pursuant to zoning resolution section 36-23. Apart from the reduction in the number of required parking, is there any reason to alter the parking configuration along the side lot line? Because what it's showing on the proposed plan, 9 parking spaces are proposed along the side lot line versus 11 that was in the previously approved plan, and 3 along the rear lot line versus 6 spaces. So the reason I'm asking this question is, even though there is an increase in the number of reservoir spaces in the drive-through, the proposed number of reservoir spaces is not consistent across the documents per plan, and it is 11 versus 12 in the statement. So there are different numbers. So need to consolidate that. The other reason for raising that is that I think the previous board gave a lot of consideration to the rear lot line, which was abutting an easement, it seems, of a community facility, and that easement is used as parking for the community facility. And then beyond that easement, which is about 20 foot or so, are the residential homes, as opposed to there is a residential apartment that is located right along the side lot line. So the way the parking layout is, it seems it's providing more parking spaces, I think, along the side lot line. Whereas if it can be accommodated on that portion of the rear lot line that is abutting the easement, it might be better. Also, the applicant needs to provide a stop sign and stop line at the exit from the drive-through. There is no exit sign at this point, and that should be provided also at the entrance, because that to ensure that nobody's making a mistake of entering and exiting from the wrong side. Also, the applicant should provide directional arrows for vehicles passing by a drive-through, and how the drive-through lane will be demarcated from that pass-by lane. That is not clear, because anybody can come in from the drive-through and merge in the middle rather than from the starting point of the drive-through. So there should be bollards along the drive-through to separate out the drive-through area from the non-drive-through, the pass-by lane. And applicant should also provide, please keep the noise to a minimum sign along the northern lot line. This is the line which is abutting on a multiple dwelling unit. So with regards to the compliance, hours of operation, prior board had conditioned different hours of operation for the restaurant and the drive-through. It is not clear from the submission if it is being modified. Page 6 under operational plan states that it will be open for 7 days from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So this would be a reduction for both the restaurant and the drive-through. I just want the applicant to confirm that. Regarding the delivery, I want the applicant to clarify the off-peak hours for delivery for this enlargement. Will it be the same? Landscaping, applicant needs to provide landscapings, specify specific fencing material and the detail indicated on the site plan that the 8-foot width space is for the landscaping. Also, it seems there is a landscaping area along the northern lot line. Please indicate it on the plan and its width. With regards to the fence, based on BSA Plan 14, Section AA, a 28 dBA acoustic fence is proposed to be installed and installed on a proposed 6-foot high metal fence. What to me was not clear if that was going to be continued along the northern lot line also. Based on the radius map, there's a 30-foot separation, as I said, from the rear lot line to the homes that are fronting on East 9th Street. So, so I think the distance from the menu board to the nearest residential home will be well over 60 feet. So I think whatever sound attenuation that is being proposed should be satisfactory. So I don't have an issue with that, but I do have a concern about the fence that is abutting the northern lot line, and that should be attenuated also from the vehicles that would be parked there or that will be passing by. Add a note to the plan regarding the fence height abutting the apartment building on lot 16. And it seems to be also, I don't know if the prior board required it or not, but it seems to be an opaque fence, but if not, please make it an opaque fence. Regarding HVAC, I want the applicant to provide a roof plan, indicate the HVAC, and will the HVAC be code compliant, and will it be contained within the C8 portion of the building. Applicant did not provide a lumen analysis, so please provide that. With regards to the access to the facility after business hours and parking along rear lot line. By the way, these are all the prior board conditions. I'm going through each one of them. Prior board required chaining the entrances and exit to the parking lot after business hours, and the parking spaces along the residential rear lot line also be chained after 9 p.m. So I want the applicant to confirm how the site will be secured after hours, and if the parking space along the rear lot line need to be fenced and not be accessible after 9 p.m. With regards to the finding of 7221, applicant needs to go through the findings and establish that the proposed enlargement will continue to meet the findings. I didn't get any violation documents, so I do not know if there is any existing or if they have been addressed. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I shared the same questions as you did, Chair, as to the fact that they should actually measure off on the plans, the previously approved plans, the trash enclosure, the line, the reservoir line, the parking and the drive aisle, so that we can see whether or not the extension of the building extends further into the R5 than the original trash enclosure portion of the original building. And also the related question to that is, does it extend the drive aisle further into the R5?
It
Because
does.
that would be greater degree of waiver. So for both of them, and also I agree with you that they should revisit the findings. And then I just had a question, in light of what the executive director had stated previously about proof of continuous use for certain 361 variances, does this one require proof of continuous use? That's my question.
I think this is a pre-61.
Is it, it's a post?
It's a post.
Yes, it's a post 1961.
Okay, but it started in 1958. In 1958, BSA granted a use modification. And then in 1894 is when the variance was granted.
1894.
1980. My God.
Lunch.
McDonald's back in the 1800s.
1994. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I need to change glasses.
Yes,
I'm
Commissioner Ali Brown. So the 1994 application superseded the pre-1961 as it came in as a new variance under 7221. And again, I'm just assuming that it must have been in 61 or post 61 that the front portion was designated C8. So that part of it would have been permitted as a right, and the variance just extended into the residential district.
So it is needed or not needed, therefore? It's not needed.
No.
No.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
and just to clarify, because I know sometimes there's like uses of term. So when there's an extension of term in excess of 2 years for a post 1961 variance, which this is, it comes within the form of an amendment, the request. It's an amendment to the board's condition of term, which is a discretionary action, not a statutory requirement, in addition to the actual physical amendment that they're requesting.
Because that was a condition. There was a condition on the term. If there was no condition on the term, then it would be a real amendment of the physical improvement.
Correct. This, I believe, just serves both.
Right.
I hope that clarifies procedurally.
It does.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. If you look at the plans, I understand that there is going to be an acoustical fence installed, but if you look at the plans, you can see the exact extent of that acoustical fence. So this is something that need to be clarified. If they can give us like a cross section for the fence, how tall it's going to be, that would be helpful too. They need to indicate that the AVC will be on all the times. And if you look at BSA-014, I wanted them to fix the identification for section AA, flip it, either flip the section or flip the call out for the section. If I'm not clear, I can share my screen right now. The way it's shown, it's flipped, so it need to be fixed. Let me if you look here, section AA, the menu board is to the right, the fence is to the left. Here it's the opposite, so either flip this, mirror it in CAD, or I believe it's easier to just mirror the arrow, the call out. The luminous spread, it is provided, and I can see that there are values here in exceedance of 5, so they need to like look at these values and probably do some shielding or so. But one more thing on the noise, if you look at that,
Can you
Go
stay
back
on
to that
that
one.
lumen? Can you go back to the lumen?
yeah, sure. Give me 1 second.
So the lumen count, I did see that, and I think the reason I didn't seem to be concerned because those are all active retail uses. But applicants should clarify that if there are any residential uses along that portion on the northern portion of the lot line. From the Google Street View and from the radius map that the applicant provided, those were all active commercial uses with full lot line buildings.
I believe so. Yes, and I agree the applicant need to clarify, but
In that case, you would be okay with the
if
lumen?
yes, if this is the case, I would be okay with them, yes.
Okay,
Especially
thank
if it's a plain wall, no openings. One more thing on the detail for the noise. If you look here on the plan, this is the location for the menu board, and the distance they considered is this diagonal distance. That means that the menu board need to be installed at this location. If let's say if they move it to here, the distance will drop significantly. So I want them to give us like a dimensional line here and just put an angle for the whoever is gonna build this need to know where exactly the menu board need to be installed. Because if it moves right or left, it's gonna impact the distance to the fence. Yes, I agree that the physical building is far away, but I believe it's appropriate from constructability point of view to give exact location of the menu board on the plan. And like I said, if you look at the values here, they start with 73. The AVC works with 15 above the ambient. If this diagram is based on AVC, that means that the AVC is kind of like 60 decibels. I cannot believe that. So I do believe that this diagram here is based on whatever the output from the menu board is without the AVC. And if this is the case, they need to clarify that. If this is the case, they need to switch to an AVC value, which is ambient plus 50, and they limit the output to that. That's all what I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon.
Some of this might be repetitive, but I just want, there's a typo on page 2 of statement of facts in the condition about the operations, the hours of operation, so please correct that. It does seem like it actually operates 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Saturday, but clarify the actual hours per also the chair's comment. The statement of facts also mentions the acoustic fence in the rear, which means, I think, the western lot line, but based on what everyone else has also said, we are expecting it also on the northern lot line where there is an adjacent multifamily building. And graphically, the line type for the fence gets buried, so it's difficult to understand the extent of the fence. So please make that both consistent in the narrative and its drawings. Then the section for the AVC, and I think that we have talked about this with Mr. Jones on another case, but that going forward, we should have this section drawn based on the actual conditions. It's just the boilerplate section that we're getting from the document. This is 4.6 feet. This is 8 feet. It's clearly completely out of scale. So it shouldn't be so difficult to provide an actual section that accurately describes each project's conditions, since this is a critical factor in the drive-through applications. Clarify when the truck deliveries and trash pickups are made, same as, Chair's comment. And then, I don't think I saw photos of interior site conditions. I may have missed them.
No,
So-
you did not.
Okay, all right, those were my comments.
I though did a Google Street View. It turns out there was a Google truck van that had gone into the site, so I was able to see the site condition
Gotcha.
through that. I guess they were hungry. They needed to pick up. Okay, I think that concludes our,
You done with questions?
yes.
Okay, this concludes the public review session. We'll resume at
What time is it?
12:30.
Wow, okay,
On
yes,
12:30.
let's do a lunch break and then we'll come back.
So come back at 1:30, 1 o'clock. 1
1
o'clock?
o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Okay, ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen, resume at 1 PM.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm still on. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We're about to commence within a minute. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's Ms. Matias, we are recording, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed with the public hearing review session.
Public.
Public hearing.
Public hearing, sorry.
Hearing item number 15, 374-71 BZ, volume 3.
Ms. Matias, is your mic on?
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 27, 2025. We'll begin with the special order calendar, continued hearings, item number 15, 374-71 BZ, volume 3, 20511 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Thank you, council.
This would be Mr. Dale.
Yep.
Yep, I just let him in.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dale. Is there anyone with you?
Just me today.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did attend the review session and heard the comments that were raised by the board. I can briefly speak to them now and then follow up in a written submission. First, we will revise the plan to show the charging station that's located in the accessory parking area. And we'll also indicate, provide more detail regarding the lighting that exists in this accessory parking area. Following up, Chair, on the issue you raised, we will revise the statement to provide clarity, but based on the fact that a C22 would allow the auto dealer establishment, we can revise it to clarify that a variance would still be required and is requested under this application for the accessory parking that's located in the residential portion of the split zoning lot. But we'll amend the details to add more clarity to confirm that.
Can I make a suggestion? I mean, the history of this, I'm looking at the history of this thing. It starts from 1975. When the use we granted a use variance to allow the existing auto sales and the discontinuance of auto service establishment. And then I don't know if that time the accessory parking was included or that was done at a later later hearings, and if that superseded the previous or the most then recent thing. So it would be very helpful if you can go through the history and find out what really connects which portions of the site for the variance and if those are still applicable. And based on that, amend the statement of facts, because I'm just going by a little bit on the whatever there is in the resolution, and you know the older resolution, they didn't provide that much of clarity on the main content of it. So I would like you to go through it and not miss that, so that we don't miss out on something and then later on come back and it comes back to you and saying, no, you still need it. So this is an opportunity for you to look through it, look at the history of it and just clearly identify what part of the zoning lot
We'll
was
definitely
tethered to the
No,
variance.
understood. And I think it is a good opportunity to do this. There is quite the history of the site of where it was previously the automotive service station, and it was previously 2 tax lots, and it became 1 tax lot and 1 zoning lot, and in the existing building. So, you know, we normally provide the brief BSA history, but we'll provide a more expanded BSA history that clarifies what's happened at this site, and then going forward, what relief would be requested. So we'll definitely do that.
Thank you.
Related to that, again, we'll clarify this in written submission, but the question was raised regarding the parking and this accessory parking. This accessory parking we would put forth as voluntary accessory parking, and we'll clarify. The existing building would have existed, I believe, pre-1961. And, you know, with respect to the current parking, the enlargement that's being proposed is approximately 300 square feet, which would normally require 1 additional parking space under the current post City of Yes amendment. And that would be waived under, I think it's ZR 36231, where for C22 district, any spaces 15 or less are waived. I would also just note generally, if you included the entire building, the entire square footage is approximately 7,300 square feet, and that would require 13 spaces for all the floor area. So it would still be below the 15 space waiver. But I was looking at the parking calculations on the plan and the waivers listed. I think there may be a little confusion there because some of the older use groups were indicated on the plan, because when this was filed at the Department of Buildings, it was under the other use groups. And there are provisions where if you file before City of Yes, you can continue under the old zoning resolution. But we'll work with the architect to clarify both on the plans to show that the parking is waived, and also clarify that in the statement in conjunction with the history that we're going to provide.
Good. Thank you.
And then we'll also provide, I believe we'll probably just need 1 photo, but we'll provide continuous use proof via this Google Street View photographs for the record. I believe those were the key items that were raised at review session: continuous use, parking, what's needed for the variance and the variance history, and then the plan changes. I don't know if there's anything else I'm missing, but
Yes,
if not, we can.
the critical thing that's missing, which was brought to our attention, was from some of the photos that were taken by your neighbors. And that was a question that the board had asked of the applicant to provide photos of the accessory parking lot. And the response was, because of the site condition under construction, it cannot be provided. However, while the site has been under construction, local residents did get the chance to take photos of the accessory parking spaces, and the photos, and I don't know if that has been shared with Mr. Dale.
The first one, the one I received
Right,
the
the
one
first
received
one has
yesterday,
all the-
I gave, Jella
Okay.
gave to Mr.
So
Dale.
those show
The current
that-
one I didn't send.
those show that there are vehicles that are parked there. None of them have nameplates. That means these are not accessory parking spaces to the employees or anything. These are dealer vehicles. So, and the condition of the prior board grant specifically says 16 parking spaces accessed by Clearview Expressway shall be permitted for employee and visitor parking only. This seems to be operating contrary to that. So, that needs to be responded to and corrected. And I don't want to start with during the break, I was going through all the letters that we got
Jella
subsequently.
said she sent that one also.
All the other ones that we received this morning, and the concern that the community has raised. Of course, we have to, that's why I want to understand the history of the case to see to what degree we have still control, if we have to exercise control on both portions of the zoning lot in the C22 and in the R32, or is it just now R32? Apart from that, the concerns that the community board has raised and the response that your client has provided is not helping your client. Everybody needs to be good neighbors, and everybody needs to work together. And just because the site is under construction and during that time, there could be misuse of the site and the sidewalk and other conditions, that's not boding well for you or for your client. So please do ask them to be more cooperative and be more responsive. What I would also want to know how long it will take to complete the construction, and during the construction, how are they staging all the sales and car use, all of that? Is that still happening on site? I don't know how it can happen. If only way it can happen, it will be on the accessory side, which is not permitted.
Understood. So we will definitely respond to it. I did receive those items. I would just note first, as an aside, I will get clarity on the proposed time for construction. On a separate issue with regard to the conditions, I would note that, going forward, especially post-construction, would agree to the condition that it's not to be used for storage of inventory, that it's only used for customer parking, but also, as was noted in previous grants, the site is used for vehicles that will await customer pickup. And as was noted operationally, we endeavor to do our best, the operator endeavors to do the best to arrange a time so the cars are there and, they're on the site for a limited amount of time. But depending on if customers ordered a car and then they, are delayed, for some time, there can be cars that don't have their plates that are awaiting customer pickup. So I would just note, we agree to the conditions. We understand that it's supposed to be used primarily for the parking, but it was noted in prior actions before the board that if someone is picking up their vehicle, there will be plateless cars there at any given time until a customer comes to pick up the vehicle. Now, related to the current operation, I believe it was noted in the last statement that during the construction period, the inventory that's normally stored out front is at the other alternate site of Northern Boulevard, and long term, that's where it's stored on Northern Boulevard. There are still sales taking place at the site during construction. It's the administrative process of the sales, and the cars are picked up because that's where the consumer affairs license is associated with this site. So the sales are taking place, customer pickup is still taking place. So there will be vehicles without plates there while the site is in operation, but the bulk of the inventory is still stored at this other Northern Boulevard site. So I'll review what was included in the submission. I'll just add clarity, but more importantly, going forward long term, we understand the prior conditions of the board. We want to meet the prior conditions of the board. Significant efforts were made to improve the accessory parking area with the acoustic fencing, the landscaping, which is still in good condition, as shown both by photographs we submitted and the neighbors submitted, and it's maintained per the prior conditions. So I do hear what you're saying, Chair, and agree, and it's important to work together, but also just wanted to note that it's not, that there are times there will be plateless cars in there during the sales transaction process.
I have a question. How is it, when I went to the site in October, I'll just pull it up. It was fully, the site outside of the parking lot was fully enclosed with a DOB construction fence. So how is it operating when the building is completely inaccessible?
I believe that there's access to a portion of the building that is accessible from the R3 site. At least it was the last time I visited. I don't know what the current state is as far as access there. But there are sales taking place at the site because that's the site address that's associated with the current consumer affairs license. Minimal employees. I believe they told me that there's at most like 2 employees there at any given time.
So they're looking at the cars somewhere else and coming here just for the administrative transaction?
The sales take place there, yes. They can view the vehicles at the alternate Northern Boulevard site. It would long-term, post-construction, there would be models on site and the inventory would be stored off site. Right now, the models for review and the inventory are located off site, and then the sales take place at this location.
Seems strange when you're at another Star Toyota location.
Yeah.
With the vehicle there, with presumably sales offices there?
No sales offices there.
There are no sales offices at the other site.
I'm going to clarify. There are no new Toyota sales. There may be a used car sales, but that's a different license and a different operation and a different business. So, but the sales for the new Toyotas take place at this location and continue to take place at this location because that's the the site address associated with their current business operation paperwork with Consumer Affairs. But we understand the issues that are raised with respect to the conditions, and we'll clarify that in addition with all the other items that we will submit.
Interesting. How does online sales happen? You could be doing it from home.
With how's this? I am not a Consumer Affairs. I don't know the full business aspect of it. I don't know. But I also think that if you purchase cars online, I don't know if that's an associated business and how an individual physical location is associated with something like, for example, cars.com. I don't know all the ins and outs and the particulars of that. I just know that as communicated by the operator that the sales portion for Toyota sales are still occurring at the site in a limited fashion in the portion of the building that is not under the enlargement and construction process.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
Okay, we have a few people.
Okay, yeah, let's then go to the public because I know there will be people who want to speak.
The case we're currently discussing is 37471BZ, Volume 3, 205-11 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to participate, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-251-7295 and press the pound sign. The next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if the Zoom room are ready, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. I believe we have the chair of the community board, Ms. Chung.
I have
But
two
there's two
hands
people
raised.
raised.
One is with a phone number ending at 5505. Is that the chair?
No, I think that's someone else,
And then we
The
have Jerry Chow.
which is one of the neighbors.
So who is the community board person? I want to start with the community board spokesperson, then I want to go to the neighbors.
Wasn't it Sue Ann Chian?
She's on Troy.
Huh?
I
No,
think.
Sue and Xian is for Troy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sue and Xian is for
Why
Troy.
do I get that mixed up? I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay, then let's start with the person, phone number, ending with 5505. Okay. Please identify, yourself, your name, hello,
*6 to unmute.
*6 to unmute.
Do you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, do you hear me now?
Yes, we can. What's your name, sir?
Oh, that's Mr. Euler.
Yes. Hi, this is Henry Euler calling. I'm the president of the Auburndale Improvement Association. I'm very happy to hear that you're asking Mr. Dale to follow up on the variance progression, the way it's progressed over the years, because I've been on the community board itself, Community Board 11, for 20 years, and I've been part of the discussion with previous variances for this particular site. And to me, as I remember it, the building and the C22 portion was always part of the variance with the adjacent accessory parking lot. So, you know, it'll be interesting to find out from Mr. Dale when he does his research to see if that is in fact correct. You know, there's, I don't know if it came up at the review session. I was not able to go this morning, but there are 5 violations on this particular business since the last since the last BSA hearing. And most of them involved problems with violating their partial stop work order. And so this really needs to be cleared up as well before, you know, things can move forward. And, you know, you need to remember also the community board did vote unanimously against this application. The business itself has, been problematic over a long period of time. And it's very important that the business starts working with the community, help, working things out, getting things settled. I know the last time we spoke about the case that's involved with the neighbors to the back and that it's not part of your purview, but that's important that gets settled and things work out for the neighbors. Just two other things very briefly I want to just mention. I went on your BSA site, and the application, the BSA application status, that's not listed anymore in your site. I went to Community Board 11, and it says no results found. And it used to have all the results of the different applications for a long period of time. And the other thing, public hearing dispositions, also it only goes to 2023. It doesn't go into 2024. And that was very useful to us to be able to look up the cases and see what was happening. So for the sake of transparency, I hope that they're going to be reinstated into your site. I don't know if they were taken down for some reason, or I don't know what happened. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Euler. You have touched upon a very dear subject of mine. I very much am, and with my team here at BSA, we are working on upgrading our website. And some of if you are not seeing anything, it's partly because we want to start putting all the information in the new platform, in the new format. So the platforms and the formats are being revised and updated. So that's why you're not seeing it. But it's not because we are not wanting to share any information. We want to share it, but we want to share it in a much more easier, user-friendly, presentable manner. It's taken a little bit of time because we got caught up with other pipelines and deadlines and priorities, but it is definitely something that we want to push out. I don't want to give out a date, but I'm hoping by as early of spring of this year.
I will say the portal as it exists isn't functioning the same way it used to, though, or like it's not pulling up results.
Right. The portal is not the portal is not functioning.
You know how we can search BSA applications on the website?
Okay. So that's okay. All right. So that we can try to fix right now. Okay. At least looking at the old information, we should be able to do, if not the new ones.
Okay, thank you for.
Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Always good to hear from you, Mr. Euler. Okay, let's go to Jerry Chow. Jerry Chow. Jerry Chow.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. We can.
Great.
Let me
I
just.
want to point out, well, thank you all the board members for reviewing our concerns. I do want to point out that, the parking is not the only issue that Star Toyota have with the community, because if you look at the conditions, there are daily cleaning requirements. We don't see it. We live here every day. We walk past them all the time. And then the debris is always there. Snow removal, it's always delayed. There's the gate to the parking lot supposed to be locked, but they didn't. Number of times, many times, the gates are not locked. And then recently there are graffiti all over the place. And then DOB inspector who came on site actually told Star Toyota that they can no longer use the site building to doing business during the construction period of time. They cannot even park their employee vehicle in that, let alone having multiple occasions with the deliver truck, putting all the new vehicles in that lot. It's not for people to come to pick up. There's no way you have a full of lots new vehicles that people are coming up on that same day. They still doing business on the sidewalk. You can see all the, illegal parking, that's previously, but it's between 2017 to before they closed the business for construction. They still have inventories from Northern Boulevard on the right lane in front of the business throughout all those years. And there are so many issues with this business, and then with them expanding, adding more footage, adding more business to the areas, the problem will be only get worse. So thank you, board. Thank you for the board to taking all our concerns into consideration when doing this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the information and providing photos. It does help us. We don't get to capture everything when we do site visits. And so it is very helpful. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Next caller, number ending with 2901.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure I can speak on the last one, so I called in again.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to sign off from my phone.
Okay. All right. So you
Okay.
can, okay, great. Thank you.
So anyone else? This is 374-71 BZ Volume 3, 20511 Northern Boulevard, Queens. No one else.
So, Mr. Dale, you heard what Mr. Euler said and the neighbors. So please do look through this very carefully and talk to the operator as to how the site is operating versus how it should be. Definitely in the accessory parking portion, I understand the site is under construction based on the photos that's been provided by the neighborhood. Actually, the photo that was provided by the neighbor, there is no roof. So I'm actually even surprised where the two officers are sitting in the snow and other things. And again, whether or not we have jurisdiction on the portion of the site in a C22, it shouldn't stop your operator, your client from keeping the sidewalks clear, safe, debris-free and snow bomb. I'm assuming many of it may be related to construction, but regardless, even during construction, you're supposed to, for site safety reasons, you're supposed to keep it clear. So please do remind your client of these requirements that they have, and not brush it under the carpet under the guise of, under construction. Okay. I think you will need some time to go through the history and look at what you can or what can or cannot be done. How much time will you need? I'm going to look at the calendar to see what our availability is. Mr. Dale? Can't hear you. Oh, we didn't hear any. I think you're mute.
There you go. I did mute myself. Thank you. I was going to say we can be flexible with the board's calendar. And I just want to know what I understand and acknowledge, Chair, what you said about that, and we'll speak to the operator. But with respect to the next submission, if we had 4 to 6 weeks to submit, but we can also be flexible with the board's calendar.
4 to 6 weeks. So that takes us to March 10th. March 10th, we have quite No, we can do March 10th, right? Okay, March 10th, March 24th, both seem to be available, so we'll put you down for March. How about that?
That sounds good.
Yeah.
And if I could just do a quick digression here. I know it was a matter that was decided, but for 2017-262 BZ, the Stanwicks, I just wanted to say on the record, I really appreciate the efforts of Ms. Benke and Ms. Prenga to help the environmental team get that resolved. So thank you.
Yes, having a good team at our end helps, but having a good team at your end makes it even better for everybody. No comment.
Thank you for the help. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay,
Ouch.
all right,
Move on.
yes.
Item number 16, 15490 BZ, 730 Avenue West.
That would be
Jay
Mr.
Goldstein.
Goldstein, right? Yes. Yes, I just let him in.
Good
You should-
afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Is there anyone with
in-
you?
Just me.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond only to the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein on behalf of the congregation. We attended the review session and I'd like to try and address the board's comments one by one. With regard to the side yard issue, we reviewed it with our architect. That section C says that if there is an open area between our property and a residential district, we have to have 8 feet clear. The residential property next door to us has a 15-foot driveway between our building and their building. So based on the analysis from our architect, we don't believe we require a side yard waiver at the new extension.
Okay,
It says that an open area with a minimum total width between the buildings on our lot and on theirs. So it doesn't dictate that we have to provide as long as there's the open area. And they'll have, when they ever decide to develop their building, we'll have to have 13 feet of floor of side yards anyways.
yes. Okay, yeah, okay, get it.
So I believe we don't need it. We're happy to, reduce the number of waivers as the board is as well. With regards to the fence at the roof, I apologize. The 10 feet, I think, was a mistake. It's transferred over. We've reduced the front fence, the one that's pulled back 6 feet to 42 inches. We could do the same at the rest of the frontages as well and have the same shielding with an acoustic fence by the mechanical. So if that's the direction, if the board wants something higher, we can give them something taller, but that's the minimum per the architect. So I defer to the board in terms of how
feet.
tall of a fence.
So which is 10 feet for the acoustical?
It's not, we don't need 10 feet, so it's whatever the board wants to see, we're happy to provide. We need a minimum, I believe, of 42 inches.
I think the mechanical you could do with 42, that would work.
So we'll show 42 all around with the note regarding acoustical fencing as well.
42 for the mechanical.
Well, we're proposing 42 inches at the railing, the guardrail that's set back also. There's that 6-foot guardrail that's going to be 42 inches high. That's part of the fencing at the rooftop. But
Sorry.
again,
Just go to the plan. It makes it easier. We don't
yeah,
need
no
help.
problem. We pulled back at the roof by 6 feet all around.
Right.
So that guardrail or 42-inch high painted metal picket rail guardrail. So that's on the back wall. It's 6 feet off the back wall as well. We'll have the same 42 inches there.
So make it 6 feet all around, mechanical and everything, because it should be at least the height of a human being. So that when they're talking, standing, everything.
A
it
6-foot
would,
fence. Okay, that's
yeah,
fine.
it doesn't have to be 10, 6 foot should be.
If that's no problem with that. We have 42-inch minimum. If the board wants to add additional height, we're happy to comply. Do you want 6 feet just at the mechanical or 6 feet all around?
I thought you wanted to be consistent, so that's why you, so I would say then do My suggestion was do 42 around the mechanical and 6 feet around the rest of the side lot line.
Oh, but our aim
No?
is to attenuate sound here.
Yeah,
So we need to know how tall the outdoor units are and where the sound
that's a very good point.
comes from. And
Yeah.
then to Chair's point, I think she's saying the sound attenuation doesn't help if it's not at the height where the sound is being generated, which is if it's a standing person, it has to be at least 6 feet.
That's fine. We can do 6 feet all around. I'll just confirm that that reaches the height of the mechanical as well.
Okay, thanks.
That's fine. No problem.
Okay, so
Um,
just the height of the mechanicals and make sure it would be within that 6 foot.
Okay, fine, no problem. With regards to the FDNY, I see the clear egress path. We can work with the egress path to maneuver it so that it wouldn't be in the path of the sukkah, the proposed sukkah. I'm working with Captain Malloy to try and explain what the temporary structure is so that FDNY can tell me what other safeguards they want in place with regards to the rooftop. That's why I know that the question of the 6-foot clear path was raised. I'm happy to change the path and highlight it and make it evident that it'll be have to remain clear. I'm just waiting before we made those changes for any other comments from FDNY regarding access to the roof. But that 6-foot path will remain clear. The sukkah is not proposed and doesn't usually take up the whole rooftop. It's a smaller structure, very temporary in nature, as the board's aware. So we're happy to work with FDNY, as we've been doing, as Ms. Prenga mentioned, to alleviate their fears so that we can have a safe situation for FDNY and for the congregants and ensure that that we can worship or celebrate at the rooftop in a safe manner. So FDNY, I've been emailing back and forth with Captain Malloy, and I'm happy to work with FDNY to finalize the plans with any safeguards they want and make any notes or include any notes they want to ensure the safety of everyone involved.
I was looking at the plan and I was wondering if there is no way to kind of do like when you come out of stair 2, there is no way to kind of, let's say, turn right.
No,
go
you can, 100%.
And then kind of go again, turn around the elevator and then access. That way, that the whole circulation space completely stays outside the area.
That was going to be my suggestion. I'm waiting just for Captain Malloy to get back to me
Okay,
to confirm that they understand what the sukkah is and that satisfies their concerns.
okay.
But that is the approach I would take as well, and we're happy to work with FDNY on this. It's an important point. I don't want to downplay it, but it's something that there's leeway on our end because the sukkah is a very minor part of this application. We're happy, we appreciate the board in entertaining it, and we're happy to work with FDNY as they deem necessary to ensure everyone's safety.
Okay, all right.
And then I think the final comment, well, with regard to the 18-inch parapet, I'll remove the note, Commissioner Yoon, but I do agree, and I think the architect was very adamant that having that 18 inches helps with drainage and helps with sealing the roof, and that's why he was pushing back on it. But we'll remove the note if it's not necessary, we'll remove the note, especially if it's deemed to be the inappropriate note. So, but we'd love to keep that 18 inches if the board agrees.
Thank you.
Okay. And then finally, I think the last comment was with regard to the platform, the lift for the elevator. This is something that's very, very complicated and nuanced from a Talmudic standpoint. It's not something I'm comfortable or able to address because every congregation will have their own customs with regard to these things. So for instance, the type of lift that could be proposed over here may be a pneumatic lift that works with air pressure as opposed to hydraulics. And that would not cause, I've seen and I've used and I've had other people tell me that's okay for holidays and for the Sabbath. I think that from this congregation, the pushback I got when I brought the ramp idea to them and having the elevator at the ground floor was that there's no way to have a full service elevator comply with their customs, but that they've heard of lifts that they will explore and find a lift that does comply with their customs. I personally have, came from a different cultural background, so therefore my sect, if you call it, will take elevators. but there are many, many disputes over this, so it's something that won't
Yeah.
necessarily help you for other cases.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
I apologize, I don't have a better answer, but
No,
with
no, that's-
religion, it's all very nuanced, so I appreciate the board,
Yeah, it's hard to speak for everybody, and so.
100%. I,
Appreciate
not the rabbi in the family, I don't attempt to do it.
that.
I do have one question regarding
Sure.
the sukkah, the structure that gets built. Is it a temporary structure? It's only every
Yeah,
time sukkah
Only
event?
those, it's only
That's-
those 8
and it-
days in October,
Okay, and then it's removed.
correct. It's I mean, I could share with the board pictures of my own personal sukkah, which is made out of lattice and has, bamboo mats or reed mats on top so that it creates a temporary outside structure. It's not meant to be, by nature of the holiday and nature of the structure, it's meant to be temporary. And it's taken down afterwards because otherwise it gets destroyed and you have to buy a new one every year and they're expensive.
Okay. Interesting, okay.
I mean, it's very deep. So if the board's ever bored and has free time and want to see the picture of all the different types, I'm happy to show you, but it's definitely temporary in nature.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I believe those were all the comments.
Right, so I think the outstanding issue is getting fire department to
Comfortable with it.
to be comfortable, or if not, revising the plan. So that's really the major
Right.
modification. Do we have,
For our discussions today, the only other comments I have is to put a 6-foot fence,
Yeah.
confirming the mechanical, but a 6-foot fence around and and remove the note regarding the parapet.
yeah. Do we have, yes, we do have Deputy Chief Velez. I don't know if there's any update. Deputy Chief, you may have.
Good day, everyone. As of right now, there is no update. I'm just waiting on operations, which is Captain Malloy, along with the rooftop access unit to get back to me.
Okay, all right, thank you. How much time will it take? Do we know?
I think you probably want to go to oh, you're talking to FDNY?
Yeah,
Apologies.
sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to answer that question, being that I don't work for those units. But I'd say to give as much time as possible to the applicant.
As much time, it shouldn't be 3 months. Can it
No.
be in a couple of weeks?
I would say so, yes.
Can I ask from the board's perspective, can I ask that we don't actually schedule? I'll talk to Ms. Pranga and talk to FDNY, see what they have in terms of a timeline. I want to thank Captain Velez for speaking to me and then setting us up with Captain Malloy. I appreciate his time to try and get this resolved.
That sounds fine. Thank you. Let's go to, if there aren't any questions or comments for fire department or for Mr. Goldstein, should we let's go to the public. Yeah.
Okay. The case that we're currently discussing is 15090 BZ 730 Avenue West, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this case, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-251-7295 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you were calling in on the phone. And after in the Zoom room are ready, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Bless you.
Chair, you had asked for
Sorry.
a side elevation, I think.
Oh, right. I did ask for side elevations.
I think we
No,
have
we
one
have-
on, oh, it's a section. Hold on, sorry, I'm just looking up. Okay, no problem. I apologize. I thought we had submitted it with our prior points.
Thank you.
Oh, you want a description of the platform lift? Did he say that?
Yeah, he already covered that.
Respond, I just want to make note, check that off. Okay.
I believe, Ms. Matias, I believe in response to that, there's nothing really for me to submit based on the testimony.
No.
Okay. I just want to check it off my little note thing. Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate it.
Only the revised plan with the
Right.
comment.
No, for the suckers, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be quick once I resolve it with FDNY,
Yeah.
Mhm.
hopefully.
Almost done.
Nobody called in.
Nope, no
So,
response.
Mr. Goldstein, just follow up with Ms. Prenga and let us know.
Will do. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank
I-
you very much.
Sorry. Item number 17. 16008 BZ, Volume 2, 651, 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
That should be Mr. Dale.
Yeah.
He should be in the room. Is there anyone else?
I believe Rachel Skull is also here, counsel for
Oh,
Yeah, she is.
Yeah,
proposed
yeah,
operator.
yeah.
Anyone else? Is that it, Mr. Dale?
No, it would just be the two of us today.
Okay.
And Rachel's Scal is representing,
She's the attorney for the vendor, the,
We're
Client?
JDN, the proposed
Yeah.
owner operator.
okay. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Do you so affirm?
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments. at
Sure.
review.
Todd Dale, for the applicant, the current owner.
And Rachel Skull with Cozen O'Connor. We represent the contract vendee, who's the future owner operator at JD and iOS.
So I'll start briefly, but I believe that Rachel will have response to some of the board's question, and we can address the items that were raised during review session and again follow up with a written submission. I would just note initially, Chair, you raised a question with respect to the timeline. I would just note that there is a contract for sale that is pending grant of this application, should it be granted. And then as far as building and time to open, I'll defer to Rachel to respond to that.
Just the day you received the email I sent you with the plan?
Yes, I did, and that's great. Yeah, we understand those are the areas, but we'll get that.
So thank you for your time. We did attend review session this morning, and I have your questions divided up into a few categories. So as Todd said, I'll start with timeline. We do have a pending contract of sale. The closing would take place immediately after the statutory 30-day appeal period runs on the board's resolution. So once we have a resolution in hand, the closing would take place 30 days after that. Within the time between when the board makes its decision and when the closing happens, my client would begin preparations to begin site work. Their hope would be to be on the site within a month of closing and then to be fully operational within 1 year of when they begin that site work. And they do feel confident they could be done and operational even faster than that.
they will be operational by when?
1 year from when they first get on the site.
Okay, so I have a question. Do you need to submit plans to DOB?
We will be
bid-
submitting plans to DOB, and I know there was a question about whether the building on the site would require a certificate of occupancy, which it would.
So it will need for the building. Would it need for the site also?
Yes, the site would go through a full DOB review. I think putting up the fences that I know we're going to talk about would also require approval of DOB. I'm sure a BPP, or builder's pavement plan in conjunction with that. So this would be a full DOB review. And the hope is that during that period between decision from the board and when we close, that my client could at least get started on that review.
One other question, the structure of the wall. I'm assuming that is complying with the zoning. You need to
Yes,
make,
well,
because if you need a waiver, this would be the,
absolutely. Yeah, we'll double, triple check that. We are, as long as we're talking about the fence, we are taking those details from the approved Rockaway Parkway application. That's 12295 BZ in order to use something that we know has been successful in the past. One note that did not get transferred over when we used those details was the STC rating. It is a minimum 30 STC rating, and we will make sure that note makes it onto our plans. We're also working to get an updated spec sheet from our contractor that we would submit to the board so that you have more information on that acoustic fence. And one thing I would just add is that unlike the Rockaway Parkway property, this property is across the street from rather than directly adjacent to residential uses. So we hope that that provides some additional attenuation. I'm happy to jump into some of the other categories of questions that we heard this morning. Going back to the building on the site, there would be no rooftop mechanicals here. The building would be a maximum 18 feet tall, which would be lower than the 20-foot fence that we're proposing. I would also add that the lighting that we're proposing, the maximum height of any lampposts would be 15 feet. So all lighting would also be below that 20-foot fence height. And the use of the building would be for a staff area, like lounge/office area for on-site staff, hand tool maintenance, and then a bathroom for the staff on site. Staffing on site is expected to be 2 to 3 tenant employees who are on site rather than picking up trucks. They would be there for minor maintenance of the vehicles with hand tools, but also to oversee the site itself. So any maintenance that needs to be done on the site itself, security during all hours of operation of the site. Because the shed, that building that we're discussing would contain these employees' office areas and restrooms, we are proposing that the shed be operational whenever the site be operational. However, because any work in the shed would be limited to hand tools, we do not anticipate that that would be a driver of noise. And in addition to on-site staff, ownership's property management arm will be on call 24/7 and will have access to security cameras 24/7 as well. The last piece from this morning dealing with landscaping and signage, the site's been laid out to maximize, sorry, did someone have a question?
No, go ahead.
The site's been laid out to maximize vehicle storage here and maneuverability, which has left us with these kind of awkward dead spaces at Fountain Avenue that the chair pointed out this morning. We understand the board's concerns regarding additional vehicles being parked in those areas, and we will submit a plan showing robust landscaping within these areas that will prevent their use as additional parking. It also is a great point that the please keep noise to a minimum sign should be in the site as well. So we will show those within the fence throughout the site where the truck parking is. That is what I have from this morning, but happy to answer any additional questions that the board has.
I was just going to jump in quickly, just share one thing you raised this morning with respect to the floor area. We'll clarify that. One thing that did occur between the last set of plans and the plans were approved is there was this odd little closet, just to confirm the proposed building to remain, it's going to stay on that existing foundation. So it's an alteration of that building. But there's this odd closet that was located to the south that was removed. And I think that may have affected some of the floor area calculations. So in addition to everything Rachel raised, we'll work with the architect to make sure that the floor area total is consistent and accurate.
And I just realized one thing I missed. The tech memo mistakenly states that the hours of operation on the weekends are 8 to 4 when that should be 8 to 5. So we'll fix that error.
Yes, get that fixed too.
Okay. Thank you for listening to our comments and responding. But I would say if we missed out anything, during today's thing, please go back to our comments. And I want a very detailed, a separate submission which just lays out the operational plan in terms of how many people will be there on site managing during the business hours and what happens during off-site. the maintenance operation, if there's going to be need for removal of debris, graffiti, who is responsible, how quickly it will be responded to, and then there will be a phone number somebody can call if somebody sees that the site is not operating properly, or there is some issue, or fence is broken, or something has happened, they can call immediately, and how would that operate? So all of those things I wanted to be clearly laid out in an operational plan, and that would be part of the condition, clearly. In addition, you said, you gave the timeline. Now, in order for the site to be fully operational, you would need the CO for the subject site and for the building, right? Okay.
And just to your point that you just made about the separate submission, we're of course happy to do that. I would point out that on our plans, we do have a note that there will be a sign posted on the gate with hours of operation, permitted use, and the owner operator contact information. So that will be available if anyone does need to get in touch.
Good. There should be on both the gates.
Yeah, we can update the plan, so the sign it's clearly noted the signs on both, and I would just say that we believe the sign has the language that's appropriate, but prior to the next submission, if the board has any other things they wanted added to the sign, let the project manager know and we can amend the sign accordingly.
It's something that Commissioner Sheta raised, which was the distance between the panels. In order for these panels to be structurally stable, we are not weighing in on the structural integrity of it, but you need to make sure that that wall will be structurally stable. And so if that would be a note we will add, and we'll ask the DOB ensures that the structure is stable. We are not weighing in on it. So it's a risk you will be taking if it's a self-certified. I would strongly suggest not to make it a self-certified and go through a thorough plan review and ensure it is being reviewed and looked at. It's in the best interest of everybody.
Understood.
I will, my plan is to phrase a note and send it to the project manager so he can send it to the applicant and put it on the drawing for that fence.
Okay.
And yes, it's gonna be talking about the structural design. We're not reviewing it, and the fact that full details of the fence, including the spacing between the posts, are not shown for simplicity or something like that. So it's gonna be up to the DOB to structurally review the fence and make sure that it's structurally stable.
Understood.
That's
And
reasonable.
I have a question regarding the it appears that based on your testimony that you looked at Rockaway and you grabbed the detail for the fence from there. Have you looked at the noise levels that were measured during the experiments that they have done on site? I believe they put some trucks and they tested them during idle, during acceleration. They got the noise levels. If the STC, and that's what's concerning me, if the STC is just 30, which is very similar to any regular fence in like a drive-through or something like that. If it's just 30 and the noise level from the tractor trailer is something on the order of 70 or 80, if we filter out 30 out of that means that 50 out of the 80 will cross to outside the site, and I totally acknowledge that the street width will be probably enough distance to filter out this noise, and by the time it hits the residential on the other side, it might be lowered to the existing ambient, but on when it crosses to the sidewalk outside, I'm a bit concerned about the levels that's going to be existent there. So if you can just grab some numbers from Rockaway and educate us on how you're planning to filter out that truck noise using that STC equal 30 acrylic fence, that would be helpful too.
Sure. I know as discussed this morning, we did waive out of noise measurements for secret purposes here. We can take a look at what was submitted with Rockaway. We did go with this fence because we understand that it has been used successfully in that case where they were even, the trucks were even closer to the residential. So we are hoping to do the same here, but we'll take a look and see what was in their application.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say Commissioner Sheta is really kind of helping you out by doing that rather than having to go through a full review at DEP. So, I mean, it's in your best interest to even kind of proactively ask someone to do that analysis and say, hey, what would it be? Just taking a worst case and then kind of providing that result. And then kind of saying, whatever the wall is proposed stays within it, or no, oh, we need to increase it by another decibel point, whatever. So it's in your best interest. So I will strongly recommend that not only just look at what Rockaway is saying, but also see if you can get an expert to kind of weigh in and tell you whether that wall is adequate or not, which I think is what Rockaway did. So so I would say that would just make it best for everybody.
Understood.
We
And
can,
similar for the structural too. I would strongly suggest that you talk to a structural engineer. Do not count on the manufacturer of the fence. I'm not saying all of them do that, but some of them, they want to sell. So they want to like promote their product. And possibly they're gonna tell you, yeah, it's gonna be stable, it can withstand 20 feet tall fence, this and that, but talk to a structure engineer. My concern is probably if you elect to build a brick fence or a concrete fence, it might be cheaper structural wise. Reason I'm saying that, I do believe that that fence in its current like configuration would require some steel posts. I didn't see like any like thing on the detail that you provided indicating that's going to be any steel beams or posts. In addition, the foundation will be significantly large or deep, I would say. So talk to a structural before you proceed with that acoustic fence, that the one that's currently in play. And it's up to you if your engineer advises you that the current one can work, it is what it is. If not, then it's much better for you to save time and money instead of like spending time and money on the current design and then like being surprised at the end that it's going to be more expensive than like a conventional concrete or brick fence. You know that from the beginning.
I will pass that along to my client and their contractors to make sure that they're getting good advice on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to go through my notes and make sure if I have not missed out. And we will send you a landscaping detail that we typically ask for so that it is clear as to how that needs to be shown in the plan, and it would be a separate page. Please don't fill in whatever little bit of unused portion of the 4 pages of submission that's been made to put landscaping. Please, it's digital page. It's not hard page. We're not burning any paper plans from that. So just add one more digital page for landscaping detail with everything laid out. And you would need anyway one more page for the lumen. So just do that.
we'll work with the architect to make sure it's a separate, distinct page.
Yeah, yeah. Any other questions? Anything that we may have missed out, overlooked?
Public.
All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 16008BZ, Volume 2, 651, 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to participate, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-251-7295 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, you will raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. So while we are waiting for,
How much time?
yeah. I'm just trying to see if anybody has raised their hand. How much time you will need?
I would say, based on what was said, that the key items required are the operational plan and then a revision of the plans and then associated materials. I would say that, I believe Rachel would echo that we're highly motivated to get this done. So as accelerated a time frame as the board is available to give us, we will meet that. I would say, we could probably get this done as soon as 2 weeks submitting with the plan and the operational plan. I don't know what the current board's calendar are, but just know that if anything can be done, I think it would be better for the board and for us to resolve this as soon as possible. So.
Okay, the structural part of the thing, I don't know if it can get resolved in 2 weeks' time. I know the revised plan, those are easy to be done. Operational plan, easy to be done. Let me look at my, give me a second, I'm looking at the, I don't want to rush you and put you in for February 10th. If anything, I would consider would be we have a lot of cases for. We have a lot of cases for February. Let us get back to you. I hear your comments, while the iron is hot, you want to strike it and get going and you don't want to delay it. But I think the comments that we have raised are very, very critical. If we do not get a response, we will not close then, so it will drag on. So I want you to take the time to do it correctly, thoroughly, respond to everything so that we can say yes.
Understood.
Okay, so I am just finding February to be a little bit tough because we have a lot of cases on February, but March is definitely doable. March 10th is definitely doable. I think first hearing of February will be too quick, too soon, and I don't want you to rush it because anyway, the due date for that is January 23rd. So that's not going to work.
Yes, it's past that already. So.
Yeah, and the February 24th, the submission date is February 6th. So that is also another thing. So if we do March, the submission date is February 20th. That gives you 3 weeks. Does that?
We could definitely do February 20th submission.
Okay. All right. So let's then aim for March 10th. And please go through our comments and respond to everything. And you have heard us. And the reason we are being so thorough and careful because of what has happened in the past. We hope those will not happen, whether it's a tenant or a person who buys it and is a new operator, regardless.
We understand, we appreciate the board's review on this and just assure you that you've got 2 teams working on this for the price of 1, and we'll get a response to everything you need.
Yeah, I get a sense that this is a team that wants to make it work. So that's why I'm kind of pushing you in the right direction.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right.
Okay, next item is item 18, 19708 BZ, 341, 349 Troy Avenue, Brooklyn.
And that's Mr. Goldstein. He's already in the room.
Anyone else with you, Mr. Goldstein?
Just me.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. Ms. Cohn was listening to the review session along with me. We appreciate the board's work on this, especially Commissioner Otley Brown, who confirmed our numbers and confirmed the other numbers. We appreciate the board's attention to this. I would just note that the CB approved this in November. I presented at the Land Use Committee, and then they had a full meeting a couple weeks later, and Ms. Prenga informed me that the district manager confirmed that they did approve it by the full committee. It was approved by the subcommittee with with the letter that the chair mentioned. Beyond that, I don't believe there are any other comments. Oh, the extension of time was a new ask based on discussions with council. We included it in this application.
Yeah. Commissioner, sorry, first I'm going to go with Ms. Prenga, then I'm going to go with our executive director. Go ahead, Jella.
Hi, yes, the community board, district manager, I spoke to him on the phone and then he said that he was mistaken in his email that you saw. And then he emailed back and confirmed that they voted in, CB9 voted in favor of the project, 24 majority vote.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for following up. Our executive director. Yes, Arlo.
Yes, Mr. Goldstein, good afternoon. I was just made aware of the amended application. I apologize, I didn't see it. So I will be modifying the billing payment for the extension of time, but no waiver is required for the early filing.
Okay, so Ms. Prenga mentioned it as well. I'm happy to pay it as soon as it comes in, and we'll adjust everything that's necessary.
I'm hitting send as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Okay.
I don't believe there were any other comments.
No, there are not. And I want to thank you so much for walking us through this, especially with the differences.
No, it's been a long history of this case. I think only Commissioner Ali Brown and myself have been, and Ms. Matias and Carlo, but we're the only ones who've been around that long.
And this time it better get built.
I told him the same.
Okay.
Okay, should you wish to comment on this case? 669-254-5252 at the prompt onto the webinar ID number 161-251-7295 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. Now the chairperson's here from the community board. This is the one correct one now?
Oh, somebody with the last name Cheong?
I believe that's.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. As clarified, the district manager has just submitted the resolution we passed in November. We did have quorum at the general board meeting. However, if the applicant is submitting a new request for extension of time to complete construction, CB9 has not received notice of that, and we believe there needs to be another hearing after we have received appropriate notice and opportunity to comment per the BSA's rules. I'd also like to clarify the conditions we attached in our November resolution. We approved with conditions that the BSA closely monitor the site cleanup with OER, and my personal recommendation is that the BSA attach an E-designation to the site in order to facilitate monitoring of the cleanup. Our other condition that no further extensions of time be granted is because we recognize that the original grant from 2010 and several previous extensions of time with no construction work commenced is what it is at this point. However, and I'm reading from our resolution here, this is a huge upzoning, which CB9 would never approve today without mandatory affordable housing. The units proposed by this development are all large market rate condo units with average prices over $1 million. Members of the public who attended the hearing expressed concern about the price of the units and the lack of access to purchase or rent land for affordable housing or community gardens. Moreover, at a time when every other section of the district and every part of the city faces immense pressure to produce a lot more housing units, it stands out as inequitable that a 16,000 square foot site seeking a valuable city zoning grant would only yield 26 units when it could easily support 50 to 60 units for the FAR at which it was approved if the average unit sizes were closer to the citywide average of 700 to 800 square feet each. While we understand that the variance process is a separate track from the rezoning process, if other applicants were able to sidestep a rezoning process requiring community negotiation and instead use the variance process in this manner to obtain significant increases in density for market rate housing for environmental conditions which are common in this district on former industrial sites, it would seem to undermine the city's policy to require affordable housing when granting significant increases in residential housing. So that's all I have to add at this point. Thank you.
So two things. This is, first of all, just historically, this project started off with, at that time, with more units, and then it was modified to a reduced number of units. And Mr. Goldstein's client is not proposing to make any changes to that. It still remains the same number. And that was granted and by previous board and the community board also. So there's no change to it. I hear what you're saying, but we have to factor in the history of the site and what was granted by the board. We are not amending anything of the prior board's condition. Otherwise, it's a whole new application. With regards to extension of time applications in general, if this was a standalone extension of time application, it wouldn't have even gone to the community board because per our board's rule, extension of time do not require a community board vote. I'm glad that at least you know by now that this is an extension of time, and the extension of time would, we will consider it along with this amendment that is being proposed, which is really not changing anything of the number of units. It's just reconfiguring the interior layouts and such, and the way it was being reconfigured, the board felt that it may have affected some of the financials and the B and the E finding. That's really why the board pulled this application for an amendment. Otherwise, it would have come straight just for extension of time. So I just want to clarify that. It is consistent with our board's rule that the applicant doesn't have to appear before the community board for that.
Nevertheless, I think we are concerned that we have had no notice, especially given that this was one of the conditions in our resolution that we oppose further extensions of time. As you know, the city's land use policy has changed significantly since 2009. We now have mandatory inclusionary housing, and even the more recently passed ZHO would not give such a significant upzoning as of right on this site, which is zoned for single family, 1 and 2 family housing, not for condos.
Actually, the ZHO has given a lot more flexibility. ZHO would allow multiple dwelling buildings on their zoning lot because it may qualify as a qualifying residential site because of its size and may be able to provide more residential units. I don't know whether it will be able to provide as many residential units as the proposed, or it would be less. That I cannot speak for. That would require a thorough analysis. But the ZHO has factored in some more flexibility, especially for larger sites, to allow for housing. So your point is well taken. I completely hear what you're saying. But the point being, this is an application that is maintaining a prior case, and it's not making any change to it. And we have to make sure it continues to meet the findings that the prior boards had required. And that's what this exercise is for. With regards to the extension of time, if the community board opposes the board, BSA board granting an extension of time, I think it's going to defeat the purpose of this whole process. If the site is going to be cleaned up and they're going to expend all the money to go through the process and then to not grant the extension, it's going to lie fallow and it's going to be lie fallow for another many years. The variance may stay on and and anybody can come in for continued extension. And there are vesting cases, there are other case laws that would make it extremely difficult for the board to not grant an extension of time. So it is with a lot of thought and insight, the community, the board factors in the extension of time cases. And we do ask the applicants, why do you need the extension of, where is the delay? How is the delay being responded to so that the project can proactively, can move ahead without, again, seeking for extension of time. So I hear your concern, but that is the same concern the board has, and board always inquires about that. And in this case, we do know that this project has gone for too long with too many different real estate conditions that has resulted in enlarging, shrinking, reformatting, and hopefully this would be the last of its kind. But with that extension of time, I appreciate your community board's concern, but not granting is not going to resolve the issue.
If you could, Chair, I think it would be extremely helpful to our district if you could clarify for us what the vesting conditions are for this application or any future application.
There isn't a vesting. I'm just saying there are case laws that often guide us, and vesting is one of the case laws where if they start digging and they start making improvements to the site and we don't grant extension of time, there are case laws, and council step in if I'm not stating it correctly, that would give them the vesting right to continue with the construction, and we would have to consider that.
So my understanding is no construction work the applicant told us that no construction work has been commenced yet because they hadn't received financing.
But I cannot speak to that, but the idea is once we approve this, that they will start with the necessary paperwork, which is starting with an application to to DOB, securing all the permits. All of those also count towards vesting, by the way.
But this is not a vesting case. This is not a vesting case.
This is not a vesting
So let's
case.
not, I feel like it's complicating because they haven't started construction, so they haven't vested according to the case law, but it's not a vesting case.
No, we understand, and that's why we ultimately issued an approval, but we just wanted to note our concerns for future.
I think the board's trying to state that the community board's approval on the amendment, an amendment to this approval without an extension is a hole in the ground. The applicant needs a right to continue construction of this project. If they are to be blessed with this proposal, they can't just build a building with plans alone and no extension of time.
It's not achievable within a year timeframe that is remaining on the clock.
I also want to add, Mr. Goldstein, can you confirm your cover letter for the January 9th submission does show that CB9 Brooklyn, the district manager, was CC'd? Can you confirm that it was actually sent to community board?
Yeah. With every one of our applications and all of our submissions, we send copies to the electeds and to the community board. So this was in fact sent to them in January 9th, I believe. 9th or 10th.
Okay, just to clarify, this cover letter does state that they're adding the extension of time.
We also, in addition to the cover letter, we sent the amended statement of facts as well as the plans and the financial analysis. The community board has the full application as of today, which includes the amendments.
Okay, so neither the community board members nor the board chair has received that. We had a land use committee meeting on I want to say like the 11th or the 12th, and we were not advised of this at that point.
Apologies. The extension is not an action that the board advises CBs about. So if Mr. Goldstein notified the board that he was also seeking an extension, that was pure courtesy.
Yeah. Okay. Any other speakers on this subject?
No, and time is run out.
No, anybody else who signed up to speak? No, I don't see anybody's hands raised. Okay. All right. Thank Thank you, Ms. Xiang, for your insight and your involvement in this matter. If there are any questions, do we have any submissions? I don't think we need any submissions on this. Okay, so I'm going to recommend that we close this application.
Motion to close, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. And we will schedule this for decision and we will get back to you on that date.
Thank you very much.
Item number 19, 2018-95 BZ Volume 2, 120 Avenue M. Is there anyone with you, Mr. Goldstein?
No,
Raise your, you okay?
yeah, sorry, I was clearing my throat.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, so please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate the board's comments at the review session. We're happy that the renderings and the plans were illustrated and gave more attention to detail. I think there were 4 main points on the at the review session. I'll try and respond to them and then follow up in writing. We'll confirm the numbers, the discrepancy between the past proposal and the current. I apologize, and we'll update the operational plan or the statement of facts as necessary, depending on the findings. We have to go dig into it again because there is a history between a couple of firms who were involved in this, so we just want to make sure that we were accurate. With regard to the vans, the restrictive declaration that was previously a part of the approval is still in place. It's actually on ACRIS, and it was filed with the with our application materials, and we intend to keep that. The vans that bring the attendees to and from the location, those are used throughout the day, so they're never parked in front of our facility. They'll drop off, they'll go around different areas of Brooklyn to bring other people to other facilities. And then at night, they're parked in a garage on East 14th Street, so not at the location. So you'll never have vans parked at this location or on the street over here. And finally, with regard to the rooftop play area, I apologize that we missed it. It was part of the initial thought process. That's why we have the elevator stop to the roof. It wasn't mentioned, and we'll include it in our statement of facts, and it is something that we'd like the board to consider as part of this application. The outdoor play area being in nice weather, being an incredible service and feature for the participants of the program.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only issue is typically an outdoor play area, if this had come before the original application, would go to DEP for noise.
Right.
So you would have to provide a noise study to indicate how much of noise would be generated and how much of noise attenuation would be needed. The fact that you are abutting in an elevated parking, a subway line, it kind of helps you, but you still have abutting residential uses. So the plan did not show a fence. I did notice there was fence around the solar panels. So there are 2 parts. But I did not see any similar fence line proposed along the play area. So that needs to be clearly indicated, and it needs to have acoustical fencing to ensure that it's going to be attenuated.
Okay. I will discuss it with our sound consultants, as well as with Ms. Banky. And depending on what hurdles lie ahead with regard to this particular ask, we'll analyze the rooftop, because we don't want to delay the project with this request. So I will definitely speak to Ms. Banky and speak to our consultant and respond to the board.
Okay.
I do not believe there were other comments.
I just asked for the subway stairs to be shown on
Oh,
McDonald.
I apologize. Right, the subway stairs. I'll show them and how they play in with the building, with the operational plan.
Sorry, you just submitted.
Thank you.
I I believe those were all the comments.
Right. I don't have any issue with the material treatment that is being proposed. Commissioner Yoon, did you have any
The
concern?
change to stucco?
Yeah,
No, I don't have any issue
no,
with that.
I don't have any issues with it either.
Great.
But my concern is the rooftop play area. And I understand your concern, so think it through how you want to address it.
I'll definitely, we'll weigh the options with regard to that. I appreciate it.
Okay. But for that, we would be okay with closing it.
So if I amend the plans to withdraw the rooftop, we can close today?
I think so, commissioners. Yeah.
Then I will withdraw the request for the rooftop. Yeah, well, I think we'll withdraw the request for the rooftop and we'll submit the amended materials as soon as possible to get this approved so they can continue and serve the neighborhood.
Okay. Actually, that's not a bad idea. We can second call it tomorrow if you want to get a feedback and if you can get a sound engineer quickly on board to kind of see if you can revise the plan to include.
So my question would be for Ms. Banky. We're the tallest building around. The elevated train, usually, we had the other case on McDonald Avenue where a sound attenuation was put around the fence at the rooftop, and then it screened out and it didn't have to go to DEP.
Okay.
So I'm curious if that is something that plays in over here, because if it doesn't have to go to DEP, then showing the note with the sound attenuation on the fence is an easy fix.
We can do that.
Hmm?
I think so too, that your major noise generator is is the elevated subway, and the building, just go to the roof plan. Oh. Sorry. And it's set back 18 feet from the residential lot line. And it is also set back from the,
It's set back from the residential, plus there's buffering, there's a side yard and a side yard by the residential, so I don't think we have that issue.
yeah. Okay, so there are a few things. If you want to proceed, I'll give you, we can do a second call, but a couple of changes need to be made to the drawings. You need to show the distance of this fence from all the parapets. And indicate, I mean, you have done many schools with rooftop. So take one of the worst case with a similar kind of situation. I remember there was one that was Moshe's. It was though not right next to the train station, but it was like a couple of homes down from a train station. And it also
We literally just did one on McDonald for Magen David Yeshiva, 321 Avenue T and 2170 McDonald Avenue.
Okay, then
So,
use that.
Yeah, we'll
use-
work with that.
Yeah.
So you want the dimensions to the parapet walls? And then the fence
So
with
you know, I see the hatched area, so I want to know what's the distance from of the fence that would be, because you need to maintain the fire egress.
Right.
And it needs to be minimum 6 foot all around anyway.
So I believe that would be that hatching is the 6 foot fire access or path.
Okay.
So the orange line is the fence?
Right now,
believe
according to the, doesn't seem to be. There is no note on it. So you need to indicate what kind of fence and that it would be acoustical, especially along
Right.
that residential lot line.
And also we need the fence to include I mean, if students or program users are coming out of the elevator, how are they getting into the rooftop?
It needs to
area?
include the fence area, the elevator area. Got it.
Yeah, and then would that be blocking the fire department, or would that also be, will that also have to be enclosed, or that has to remain open?
I think fire department, from what I understand, can work with gates
Okay,
so that they can, it doesn't have to be on the outside of the fence. They just need to be able to have
okay.
a path to the stairs. But I'll let fire department review
So
that.
can I ask a question then? The fence, oh, just put a fence, I can just put a fence at the back of the stairs with a gate to the second half of the roof. And then a fence around the play area, and that way the fire department doesn't have to get nervous.
I think we should talk to fire department about it and
Yeah, I would,
I'll work with staff today to try and do that.
if we can get this, we can do a second call tomorrow. And if you can send the revised plan. Deputy Chief Bellis, thank you.
01 to the BSA one. Yeah, right? Got it. Yeah. On the other
Yeah,
side.
so in reference to the fencing and fire department access openings, that could be found within chapter 5, mainly 504.4.3 and 504.4.1 block 7. And then I would also advise to also let Malloy know, being that he's part of operations, and he can, give more of an insight on where the gates should be for access for the engine.
Okay, so,
So Mr. Goldstein, here is an option. So it's up to you, how you want to exercise it. You let us know tomorrow whether you want to close now without the fence, and if so, then you'll need to revise the plan. I mean, without the play area, and remove that notation from the plan. And then subsequently, when you think you're ready, submit the amendment. I can't speak for the board that would be in place then, but,
right, okay. Let me speak to my client this afternoon, and then, if we're not closing today, then if my client decides just to do away with the rooftop, I don't think there's a need to second call tomorrow. I don't know if the board, it's up to the board, but I'm around, I can sign in, but we'll be in contact later today. I'll be in contact with the staff later today.
okay. So let's then close it, and you will let our staff know, and you will modify the plan accordingly. Especially if it's a no play area.
Right.
If
Right.
it's an area, then we need to open it and review it and make sure fire department is okay with it.
Okay.
So we're closing it based on
no.
there being no play area.
Yeah, closing it based on no, yeah. Closing
Okay.
it based on no play area.
And
That's
the play
fine.
area cannot be added by LSC.
Yes, the play area cannot be added by LSC. Good point.
No problem.
Okay, so we'll go to the public first.
Yes.
The case we're currently discussing is 2018-95 BZ, 120 Avenue M. Should you wish to comment? Oh, wait, no, Deputy Chief Ellis had his hand up.
read this.
Okay, first, let me go through the first. Should you wish to comment, please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-251-7295 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, we'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if the Zoom room are ready, you can raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Okay, Chief Ellis, did you want to comment?
No, sorry, I was just removing the hand. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. All right. Oh, we can reschedule this if we-
Oh. Time is up. I'm sorry. The timer didn't go off for some reason.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
So I will recommend that we close it and you will revise the plan, which shows no play area. And we will schedule this for decision for February 24th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair Shonda, the motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
I tried.
I appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
Item number 15603BZ and 120 Companion 12715BZ, 13535 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
I just let Mr. Schnackenberg in. Who else? Okay, I see.
Jessica.
Okay.
Ms.
did
Torres,
that-
Ms.
anyone-
Napoli,
uh,
Turner,
Napoli, Rudolph, oh, wow.
bunch of people coming in.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schnackenberg. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. How are you? Good afternoon, everybody.
So there's 1, 2, 3, there's about 3 other people, Miss Chorus. Yeah, just identify people, sorry. Identify your team.
Thank you. My name is David Schackenberg. I'm with Reed Frank Land Use Council for the applicant. With me today is Jessica Corus, our financial consultant, and Randy Gerner and Nick Napoli, who are both with the project architect, GKV. With the board's permission, I'm just going to jump right in.
No, I'm clear.
And
Is it everyone,
Yudong
is it
is
everyone
also
else?
part of your team, right? Yudong is also part of your team?
Yes, I didn't see that UA was on the, was in here. Sorry. UA is also part of the team. She is a very important part of the team, and I did not mean to exclude her.
Okay.
Okay, so once she's on, I'll sway you
Oh,
in.
nice, UA. Okay.
Okay, everyone raise their hands, right hands. And unmute, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I
do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session. Mr. Schnackenberg?
David Schackenberg, Reed Frank. We'll jump in. So we heard the board's executive review session. Thank you. I'm gonna touch on the. Let me rewind. The list of people I would come to if I had to say I need to desperately understand a financial analysis starts with Dara and ends in Otley Brown. So this is not pushback. I do have a couple questions so that we can properly understand Commissioner Otley Brown's questions. And then I think that Jessica is going to ask some more nuanced questions. And I think our plan is to respond in writing to the board. So I'm going to start, and I'm going to try not to embarrass myself. My understanding is that post-construction sales period carrying costs like taxes and insurance and loan interest and sort of like condo operations, those costs are, or at least have been, part of financial analyses in the past. And what I want to understand so that I can properly respond to the comments is the issue that I'm mistaken and that those have not been included? Or is it that the order of magnitude of the carrying costs with this project, which are dispositive in our analysis, is that the problem? And I'm not, this is not a question that I have an answer to. I really want to understand, because obviously this is very crucial to what we're doing, and I want to make sure that I understand the issue. And then I have a couple more comments, and then I'm going to step away. So is it okay to ask that of you, Commissioner Otley Brown?
Sure. So I would say in order to fully understand, you would have to go through the entire history of the past 20 years and understand the progression of the financial report from the beginning, literally till now. So the carrying costs during sell-off period as a line item did not exist when I came onto the board, up until literally this and a small handful of other cases as a line item. So the assertion that it has always been included in the development costs may very well be so, but it was factored into the hard costs and the soft costs. Now, up until I would say about a few years ago, when we started very intentionally insisting that applicants rely on Marshall and Swift, we had a situation where it was very difficult to tease out the origin of hard and soft costs. And I'm talking since I've gotten here, we have always asked questions of financial feasibility experts as to why are your hard costs and your soft costs so high? Because we were trying to understand the sources of all of the assumptions, but it was very difficult to do. And as time went on, especially after there was a change in, I would say, chair direction to allow for independent cost estimators, it then became especially hard to get at the origin of these assumptions so that we can vet them and figure out whether or not they were reasonable. So often conversations would go either, your soft costs look like they're unbelievably high. Why is that? And then the response given to us would be like, oh, it's a calculation based on percentages and of this, and it's based on the hard costs. But nobody ever said what was actually in the costs.
Okay.
What were the sources? So we would end up backing up, and then another conversation would be, and often initiated by Commissioner Sheta, would be these soft costs seem to not be grounded in any standard. From case to case, even given to us over the same time, we would have cases where the cost of poured concrete is a certain price per cubic foot or cubic yard, whereas in the very next case that we saw from the same time period, it could be 4 times or 5 times that price. So there was constant pushback from the board as to trying to understand the transparency of what made up these sets of costs. But we weren't getting any answer. Still in all, through time, costs were multiplying, and we're getting out of control. It was very hard for the board to control that increase in costs. And the increase in development costs is directly related to the ask for waivers of the zoning resolution, because in order for you to get back your investment, you have to ask for more space or a different use or more apartments or a lower density, requirement, correct? So finally, after years and years of frustration, the board took a turn and decided to say, you know what? We're going to use a nationally recognized cost estimator, Marshall and Swift, and have costs grounded in that, because that's something we can clearly see. That's a survey of different development corporations throughout the country, different people involved in development. And at least we can get a universally accepted price per square foot. And it would also control for soft costs during the development period by not allowing certain costs. However, it would give extra compensation for the Northeast because there were several multipliers in place that were favorable to the Northeast. So we allowed for that. That made a difference. It cut development costs. It allowed us to not have to go through a fishing expedition of what could be 5,000 line items per case. And so that's the way we proceed. Does it bring down development costs? It sure does. But it enables us to clearly see the source of your assumptions and then ask pointed questions about that or ask for reductions, because it's easier for all of us to understand, not just Commissioner Sheta and me, but the other commissioners on the board as well. So that being said, allowing us to now have a line item for development costs during the sales period put back in would be allowing for a whole bunch of unclear, very nebulous assumptions to be added back into the financial analysis, which will take us back several steps back to that period in time that we really are trying to become better from. So now I do understand that in your case, I think there was a conversation about the previous report had these costs in it. And back in 2016 or the last time a financial was given, and now we're not allowing that. And we're being very understanding of that because what we are not doing is we are not relitigating your past financial analysis. We're accepting it as a given. Basically saying nobody wants to knock your project down from the size that we previously approved.
Right. Oh, okay, so thank you. That was really helpful. Just so I'm going to say it back so I'm sure I've got it. So when the board transitioned to the Marshall and Swift, it was really a way of eliminating uncertainty in the analysis or subjectivity in the analysis. And the problem is that by including post-construction sales period carrying costs, that would be reintroducing those subjective variables. And so the board does not want to have those as part of the financial analysis?
Well, the financial analysis should reflect the impact of the hardship on the project and the resolution to the hardship on the project, the hardship being the uniqueness finding, kind of in the nuts and bolts in the financials. So what you're doing with the financial report is you're saying, this is our hardship and it's a unique hardship. And this is how it spells itself out in dollars and cents and how it harms us. But once you finish the project, we have allowed you through our granting of waivers to now be like everybody else. You now are on even footing with everybody else in the city. So to take into account the issues that you have during your sales period is now turning this conversation from a conversation of monetizing the hardship to a conversation about let's bring market issues into this. And the problem with that is the board is restrained or constrained from granting waivers to the zoning resolution to resolve market issues.
Of course.
Why? We can't do that.
Thank you. This is, I mean, it's also very interesting. Is there a scenario where the board would sort of countenance a standard sales period and certain carrying costs that are like, for instance, look, you know, my understanding is that like we are obligated to pay some of these costs, but you're saying no, because once constructed, it's the construction of the building, not the sale of the building, that resolves the hardship. And so the board's position now is that the sales period, even if it were to be standardized across BSA applications, would still not be a factor because the hardship is to be resolved at the not the C of O, at the completion of construction.
Yes, because the issue there would be opening up another can of worms of whether or not we're going to compensate the developer for not being at market.
Yeah. No, I heard your comments.
Services are generally, we finish a project and while we're constructing it, number one, we're advertising it. We've got realtors that we employ who are trying to sell it. And in many cases, sell out a good portion of the project prior to C of O, especially a project like this, which is going to be the jewel of Flushing. This is going to be the thing. That's what you're hoping for. That's what you're showing it to us to be, basically. You know, you're going to have that great restaurant. You're going to have this landmark lobby that's going to be amazing. It's going to be the place to go if you're in Flushing and possibly even for all of Queens. Maybe even some adventurous Manhattanites will get there too. But so being that, in all probability, if the units are priced with the market, they should sell the way everybody else's units are selling in that area because that's the Flushing market. Now, if we're going to give you extra space to sell based on the fact that you feel that your sales will be sluggish, then what we're doing is we're compensating you for not responding to the market. And that's not something that anybody else enjoys. Everybody else who doesn't get a variance is faced with the same thing that you will be faced with upon putting that last etching on your glass window, which is, are we at market with our sales prices? How fast can we sell this? And as we know, in units throughout the city, if a developer is selling out a project, let's say, I have units A through G on every floor. Let's say G is not that an attractive shaped unit. Maybe it's facing the backyard. It's not selling as fast. What does a developer do to get out of that condo project? They cut the rate on the G line. So we don't want to compensate you so you don't respond to the market, end up over market for a period of 33 months. Who knows? There could be a time when you come in and say it's 60 months on a different project. What we would be doing is allowing you to stretch it out because you already got the extra floor area. Now, that's one argument. The other argument is there is no way for the board to know without expending an awful lot of time, money, and energy, the rate at which you're selling your apartment. So if you have 100 apartments and you're saying it's going to take you 33 months to sell them, so you need to have enough compensation to cover your operating costs during that time. Well, I don't know if you sold 90 apartments in that first month, and therefore you have 90% of your carrying costs already transferred to the property owners of the new condominiums, and you're only carrying 10%, but I'm giving you compensation, all 100 for the 33 months. It would be very hard for the board to analyze that and break it down and actually even determine whether or not your assumptions were correct.
Thank you. That was really clear. And, I was really beginning to panic that I didn't understand something I thought I understood. So I'm glad I'm not crazy. And I do understand why the board is going this direction. So that was really helpful. Jessica may have some more questions because we are going to respond in writing. But what we believe, and we are going to have to sharpen our pencils to make it, to confirm that if we go back to the 7.5 that the board is allowing us based on the previous approval, that with the new City of Yes and other deductions, this project may get down to 7.5. And so we are going to take a very hard look and work very hard. There is some ambiguity as to the fully electric takeoff of 5%. There are a couple of sort of wrinkles here that we need to think of. We may have to put in a ZRD1 if we need to be certain, but we are going to do that work. And my hope is that we are going to return to you with a building that looks the same, that is at the same floor area. And the reason is that putting aside the financials, the old building just doesn't work. So it's got to be this building. And if we can justify the FAR with under the zoning floor area, we will. If we have to change the design of the building, we will also have to do that. We understand that. So I think before I turn it over to Jessica to ask more questions, do any of the commissioners have questions that GKV can respond to about building program, building design? There were questions about fenestration last time. I hope that we resolve that stuff in our papers. I know that we tried to, but if there are any questions, I would like to try to sort of knock off all of the things that we can resolve today in the hopes of making a final submission to you that does get us where we need to be. So before I ask Jessica to confirm that she has clear direction, is there anything that anyone would like to discuss with us now about the non 7221 D finding?
Can I just add one thing before we move on, because I don't want my silence to be taken as an agreement. Your statement that you made that without your ability to change the current project doesn't work. it's kind of hard for me to be convinced of that when I'm
Not
looking.
financially, sorry, I didn't mean financially. I meant the literal, the parking configuration is such a disaster that we're told it won't work for that reason. I did not mean that on a financial basis, sorry. No,
Okay.
that was, forgive me, that was confusing. I meant from what I've been told, the parking design that we were so proud of in 2015 is just bananas and is not actually workable. And so that the design that GKV has come up with, it brings all the parking inside, it alleviates traffic on the street, that it works from a building perspective, did not mean that on a financial. I don't mean to impute that.
To agree with you there, that carousel was a little weird.
We all thought it was so cool when we heard it the first time in 2015. I was sitting up there with you. It seemed like such a great idea at the time.
So I think I was talking more about the design of the new building. I think if I can speak for the board, I think we all think this new building design is far superior and better and contributes to the neighborhood, contributes to the history of the site, and I think what you're all envisioning, especially the park, Porte Cochet, the way you have oriented the building, the way you're massing the building, everything works. Only question is how much of the FAR, residential FAR, that you need, and it needs to be knocked down. And I think if you knock it down, just few floors down, then you still will be able to retain that grand beauty that you're trying to create of this new architecture, this new building volume. And I think I can speak for everybody that we think that's good. I asked if it was possible to contain the parking to 2 floors, and Commissioner Yoon said that cellar floors are, while it may look like it has a lot of headroom, but given all the mechanicals and everything that goes underneath, it may not end up happening. I'll accept that. If that's not possible, then you have to live with 3 parking spaces, 3 parking floors. If it is possible and you can reduce it and bring it down by 1 floor, I think the main thing is the FAR, residential FAR. And without increase the height of the building. Again, I want to be very clear. Don't try to make it a 20-story, 7-point whatever FAR that was originally approved. No, it has to be contained pretty much in the envelope that we are looking at right now.
Yes, and our hope is that our hope is that once we look at the new zoning deductions with a little bit more purpose, that we are actually right at the 7.5 that's approved, and we will come back with that.
I think so too. I also think you will be able to find the floor area that you need to make it work from sales of units. And if it saves you with 1 less floor by not having the parking, if that helps you towards your financial return, I was just thinking from that point of view also.
We will look.
Yeah, but I think this particular design that you have proposed, it's really a good design. It works.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Gerner. I'd like to thank the board so much for their comments, and the chair. You've been very clear. As we started to look at the possible deductions originally for the project, of course, we did not have the City of Yes, and now we do have the City of Yes. And as we go through the deductions, we're finding that there are additional possibilities. And so we're thinking of this as the city of possibilities at this point. So what we'll do is we'll refine our calculations based on what we understand this city planning had in mind when they proposed the City of Yes.
Wonderful.
Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. Really, we want this project to succeed, and what you're proposing is going to succeed, but we need to be mindful of the findings, and Commissioner Otley Brown brought in her expertise, always a class act, so.
No, we appreciate it, and we appreciate everyone's 20 years history of this. Jessica, do you have other questions that you would like to ask Commissioner Otley Brown before we proceed?
Yes.
Is there anything that we need direction on so that we can really get everything in that we need to get in?
Thanks for the opportunity. Hi, this is Jessica Corris from Capilino. I was at the review session and I'm still digesting. It's this line item is a line item I've included for the past 20 years or more. I've been doing this. Yeah, I went back to the 2003 alternative of this. There was a carrying cost in the sales period. The first project I worked on was Superior Inc., and that included a line item for carrying costs during the sales period. This is
prior to me, but I know that once I came in and you were working for Mr. Freeman, those line items were pared down.
Sure.
So we can sit and we can have this conversation.
I
can understand that the board is taking a very good direction that should be supported.
It's clear the direction that I need to go in, and I just wanted to get in on the record that you know, throughout my history of doing this, condominium projects especially, this line only appears in condominium analysis. So there was one thing when you were providing the explanation today that made me have a thought that I wanted to run by you, because this project obviously has a very long tail on it. It goes back to 2003. We've accounted for a lot of the hardship and uniqueness on the site, but what we haven't accounted for throughout this is all the money that has previously been spent on this project to store the material, to deal with the filings, to have the permits and the insurance and the maintenance on this site. This is even before the current ownership, or just if we're considering this current ownership. There's been
I do understand that, but I would not go there for one reason. This property since 2003 has sold 4 times, and each time at a profit. And when you consider the fact that what was done to this property was demolition of the pre-existing building and storage of the lobby, which you have said for the past 4 years or so was $14 million, I believe is the amount of money you put. The previous owners have more than cashed out and made their profits each time around. So it's almost like I wouldn't want to, on the one hand, I'm sympathetic to a project that's been in the works for over 20 years and yet can't get off the ground. But on the other hand, I don't want to get into compensating the current developer for expenses of a previous developer who got out of the game and made some money in the deal. So we started out with, in 2003, this property sold $580,000. And then in 2010, it sold for $1 million. But in 2013, it sold for $30 million. And in 2016, it sold for $66.7 million. So even if the owner at the time was like, I'm expending $5 million a year and trying to store this lobby, when they cashed out, they made their money back because nothing was built. There was nothing expended to build a structure on this site. All of it has been planning and storing. And so that's why I wouldn't want to get into, I want to compensate based on other partners' expenditure. It's a sticky situation there.
Yeah, I agree.
okay. I just
I
wanted
think
to just a shot in the dark. Totally fair.
You got to do your job. You're doing it, appreciated, but I would strongly recommend not to open the previous cans. Let them be.
Yes, ma'am. So my directions are clear, and I'll look for revised plans and come back with an updated financial analysis that does not consider these costs.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so any other questions or comments? Thank you, Commissioner Otley Brown. I always find like it's a financial 101. I've told you so many times, you need to give us a course for all of us. But it's always very informative. Let's go to the public. Are there any questions from your team, Mr. Schnakenberg?
There are no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go to the public then.
So the case we're currently discussing is 15603BZ and 12715BZ, 13535 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this case, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-251-7295 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you permit it in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
While I'm waiting for anybody to raise their hand, how much time you would need to revise the submission? And I think if you revise it, it may just, your ask may be just an extension of time.
So I think our ask would be an amendment no matter what, because we're building a different building. And the issue is whether and to what extent we are asking for an increase in the waivers that are already approved. So I think we still need the same prayer for relief, which is an extension of time, an amendment and a waiver of the board's rules with respect to the filing period. So I don't think that would change. We need time to engage meaningfully with your question about the parking and the reduction of a level. If we are able to do that, we will need to go back to our FAA consultant, get a new FAA determination of no hazard, because that would necessarily change the height of the building. If we are not able to do that, and we are coming back to you with a building that is substantially the same, the question is, have we been able to justify our floor area in such a way that we are only asking for a 7.5 FAR approval? We will work very quickly to make that determination. And so if I could request of the board that we defer scheduling for a week so that we can know whether we're asking for a 1-month extension or a several-month extension. And I will reach out to Ms. Pranga and sort of say, we looked at this is our ask, we can make it in a month, or we've looked at this is going to be our ask because we know where we're going to end up and we need some more time. Would that be acceptable to the board?
I think so, yeah. I do have a question. So even though, let's say as part of the scope, just so I understand the FAA process, as part of your full comprehensive assessment of the previously approved floor area and trying to pack that into the new configuration, it's very likely you won't need all 17 floors. It would be less than that. So FAA would have approved a much bigger building envelope.
So FAA, sort of similar to the way a board approval works, FAA's approval, it's not that they just approve like a base plane. They're actually approving the building's shape. And so they've approved the building at a certain height, and they've got lights that are approved, warning lights must be located on certain locations at a certain height. So even if we're dropping the building, as long as we still need the waiver, we would have to go back to FAA to reissue its determination of no hazard to air navigation. It would be a guaranteed success because we'd be basically dropping everything if that's what we were doing, but we would still need to go back to them. And again, our analysis may be that once we take the 5% deduction for fully electric building and the other floor area deductions, it may be that we're at the same height with the same 7.5 FAR. We don't know yet. I mean, certainly, no sense hiding the ball. Like that's what we hope to be able to say. But if we can't say that, and we do need to drop the building, that would take more time, and we just don't know that yet.
Okay. Okay. So hypothetically, let's say FAA approves an envelope and then you start constructing and you realize, okay, I really don't need that additional floor for whatever reason, right?
Mhm.
And you decide not to build it. Can you go back to FAA after that and say, I need to revise the plan because I'm not fully building it out?
I'm sure that we could. I've never been a part of a project where that has happened. But yes, there must be, because when you're ready to break ground, as soon as you're ready to start construction, you go back to FAA and you say to them, this is the building we're building. So they are definitely going to look at those plans. I imagine if it's the same building but shorter, they can do something to modify their determination or issue some sort of letter of no objection. I'm not entirely familiar with the process. And we do this through a consultant, but to answer your question, I imagine there is a way to ratchet down once you have the determination. But for going to DOB to pull a building permit, we need the approval at whatever we're going to show DOB.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the DOB part of that
Yeah.
equation.
I
Okay.
believe if the building is getting shorter, they do it at the end. But if the building is going taller, they need to do it in advance before they adapt the taller building configuration.
Well, I am very confident we are not getting taller at the end of today.
Yeah, don't even try to make it taller.
No, we don't. We don't need it, and we wouldn't ask for it.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you will reach out to Ms. Prenga and let us know how much time you need to make the next submission. Okay, thank you.
Next item, new cases.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you very
Next
much.
item. Thank you. Thank you. New cases, 34851 BZ, 8820 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
Wouldn't that be Nasir Khanzada?
Kanzada.
Yeah. Yes, I've let him in.
Usually has someone not in with them, right?
Hi, good morning. Oh, good afternoon, actually. All
Good
right,
afternoon.
guys.
Filling in for Mr. Kanzada?
Yes, he had to run for a family emergency. He just got a call.
Okay.
So I do
What's your-
apologize.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is May Abdurrahim.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Can you
May
spell
Abdurrahim.
your last name, please?
Abdurrahim is A as in apple, B as in boy, D as a dog, E as in elephant, L as a lion, R as a rabbit, A as an apple, H as in hat, and I as in ice, and M as in Mary.
Okay, Abdul Rahim. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, proceed.
So I was here listening to the review, and most of the comment I do agree with. Regarding the first comment, it's the e-bike charging. So we have spoken to the owner before about it. He does agree that he would like to install the bike charging, but however, it's gonna be like challenging for him because every model is different regarding the charging, the charger. So it's like universal wise. So we're still like communicating with each other, depending on them, doing other research for it on what best model that we could get regarding the bike charging. Comment number 2 about the landscaping on the 25th Avenue. There's not enough space for us to grow landscaping. However, if it's required, we're probably gonna do partial the side. If it's only required, then it's a must. But there's still not that much space for us to do any planting on the 25th Ave. For the update, the use group, we are revising the use group, definitely for sure. Number 4, we're revising also the plan regarding the light, reducing the lights on the plan. A comment for number 5, the air machine where we have located, we also realize our next neighbor does have the same air machine, but louder. But if you guys are recommending us to remove it and displace it to a different location, we don't mind moving it to the other side. However, just letting you guys be aware that our next neighbor have the same bigger air machine, which is even louder, but it's also right behind our side.
Huh. So just from the site plan, it looked like it was facing someone's side yard, residential
Yep.
yard, based on the plan. So that's why I thought it would be best not to be. Can somebody 348-51 case number?
I'll
Share the screen?
Yeah, I got it. This is the proposed. So here, next to the tire shop.
Yeah. Is that a residential yard? Is it?
No, this is the.
Okay,
Sorry.
this.
So from
Okay.
So from my understanding that there is actually a machine right beside it, the neighbor, sorry. However, I will double check and make sure, I would let someone visit the site and make sure that if there are an air pump or not over there at the neighborhood. If in worst case worst, if we had to move it, then we would relocate it.
Yeah, I think it is, if it is abutting a commercial use and operation, I'm
Mhm.
okay with it being there, then it's going to be less of a nuisance. It just-
I do apologize. I remember saying earlier that Mr. Nazir, he had a family emergency, but he came back. If he would like to join me, actually, and sit beside me.
He needs to be sworn in.
Yeah, is he
Yeah.
there? Okay,
Yeah, he is there. He came back. I'm sorry.
thank you. That's okay. Raise your right hand, Mr. Gonzata. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and respond to the board's comments at review session.
I'm Nasir Khanzada on the applicant Raja. Sorry, I had something going on, so I tried to the rush I can. I made it finally.
Hope everything is okay and it's good to see you.
So let's go to the next question we have here. So air machine, like you told you just now that next door is the tire shop. I don't know if it's legal or illegal. They have the bigger compressor than what we have, and they make noise whatever they want to make. But this machine will not make that much of noise, though, since it's going to bother the same neighbor who has a bigger machine. But if board wants, we will move it to some other place. We have no issue with moving the air machine. In fact, we talk about it, and we might move it at the front of the building, where we have one perpendicular parking, which does not make sense. We will remove that, and we might move it there if board wants, at the front of the building.
Which?
As for the air machine, air machine.
Okay. And what about the vacuum machine? I thought the vacuum machine is noisier.
Yes.
So where are you proposing to move it to?
Front of the building where we have a perpendicular parking. That parking will remove the number 8 parking right by the next to the driver. That will be removed, and we will install a machine and vacuum there in front of the building.
Wait, sorry, here or here?
Yes, right here. That's correct. Right here, right next to the board.
Okay, now that is a little bit problematic based on the circulation plan. When I was looking at the circulation plan, I wasn't sure if that's a great location to park any vehicle because it seems all turning movements of any vehicle from the pumping station will be going through that parking area. If you look at plan sheet number 14.
Yes, so we had a couple of locations. We went through all the options in front of the repair shop. Then it was bothering the repair people. Then we went in front of the charging. Then the place we have is the best location we found. But I'm willing to relocate. But every other place is not the right place. Like the corner of the building, the corner between 89 and 25. That's very short corner and not much room there. So where I have it, I think that's the best place to go at this point.
Okay,
And
so
noise should not be an issue. There's a garage wall right next to the fence, and neighbor is itself an entire business, so he doesn't mind this noise. So I think this is good location where I am.
okay. All right. Okay. So so anybody who wants to get their car vacuumed will be using the electric vehicle parking spot to vacuum their vehicle.
So I don't think so that anybody will charge here, or charging station will be that busy because everybody charges home. But this is our first adventure. We are doing two car charging stations. So to my understanding, it will be mostly empty. If somebody wants to fill tire or air or vacuum, he can do it at that location.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted
So
to make
next-
sure it will result in some vehicle partially being on the sidewalk, because where the vacuum machine is located, it's between the electric vehicle and the curb cut.
Yeah, I was thinking it should,
It should move up.
so that it's at
Yeah.
least a car from the property line.
Well, then that would be facing the yard of a residential building. If you look at the radius map, there's a residential building on lot number 74.
Mhm. If you want, I can move a little bit further to fit another car. I can do that. That will bring me almost to the property line. The other two cars will be blocked by the charging
You
cars.
put it there. Okay, that can work too, putting it
Yeah.
there.
Wait, you're trying
Yeah,
to
I'll
be, or
move, I'll move the charging cars, move a little bit further, 5 feet or 6 feet more. So then there's enough room for a car to vacuum or air pump. We can do that. That's not a problem. We can move further, a little bit further. We'll go almost to the building line.
Okay.
So next comment was from the board that update the signage on page 12. So signage, we do have a mistake there, and I'll correct it, and I'll make sure illuminated, non-illuminated, they comply with the code. And they are in compliance, but somehow my office made a greater than, less than wrong. So we will fix the signage. It should not be a problem.
Okay.
Next is the parking update. So we are required to have 6. We are putting 8, but we will change it to 7 or 6. And we will take out the perpendicular parking that's wrong in front of the building. We will take it out. And the new floor plan will give you better, the maneuverability of the parking and the cars. And the next one, we have the dispensers. So there was a question board answered already. So we will have a 3 MPD, 3 multi-product dispenser on a 3 island. So there is an island goes around the dispenser. Commissioner Audrey Brown explained it already. So we'll have a 3 MPD, 3 multiple product dispensers and the 3 island. And they are sitting on the island, so car don't hit the dispenser. And these 3 MPD will serve 6 cars, 1 on each side. So each dispenser serves 2 cars. It will be 6 cars, 3 dispensers. That was clarified already. And the next item was dispenser distance from the lot line. We are bound by the fire department to keep 10 feet away all the dispensers from property line. So we have more than 10 feet. And we are bound by fire department to keep the tanks 3 feet away from property line. So we have those also. So they are in compliance. The dispensers are in compliance. And the distance in between the dispensers is also required, like 16, 17, 18 feet. We have much more than that. So cars can easily flow without any problem. Each car requires minimum 8 feet clearance to pass and 16 feet between the dispensers. So we have more than 20.
Okay.
And next question was the stripe the sidewalks. We will do it after we complete the job. Then we will do whatever required. The striping, we'll take care of it. Just to update this, owner is spending almost $1 million to update this entire gas station. So all the landscape, all the asphalt, concrete, everything will be new. So everything will be set to, the latest code and latest condition. It should not be a problem. Next question was height of the fence sounding proof next door. So the west side fence is 6 feet high. It has a blockade already inside. If board wants, we can put something else, opaque or something more. But inside the fence, each neighbor has his own block wall, and that is already in place. So this fence is for gas station site only. It is not doing any noise blockade because there's another fence of each neighbor has a wall behind the fence. So except if one neighbor does not have it, otherwise every neighbor has their own wall. So we
So-
will block it.
Well, Mr. Kanzada, so I think one of the things this board has always asked for is don't rely on your neighbor, what they're providing. It is your responsibility to make sure your space will not become an issue for your neighbor should they choose not to have their fence around them. So
That's the reason.
that
Go
in
ahead.
mind, do factor in opaque fencing where that is of good condition and noise attenuated.
No problem. We'll update the fence and we'll put opaque fence on that, on the 6 feet high. That should not be a problem. So next question was, provide detail of the landscaping on the rear. We just talked to the owner, we went in detail and we said we will do landscaping. He has no problem in the landscaping. But we might extend the building in the back also within the limits of the law as per ZR 11412. We might extend the building in the back also. If we extend the building in the back, so that eliminates the landscaping issue. We will only providing landscape on the 89th Street side and on the back building, the inside corner of the building we'll provide there.
Kanzada,
And the
sorry, I thought you were extending it from east to west. Now you're proposing to extend it also southward towards the
That's
back?
right. Yeah, yeah. Last meeting we had with the owner, he said he want to extend in the back also, that because that area is very remote, nobody maintains it, it's in bad shape all the time. So he rather extend in the back south portion also, so that eliminates the landscaping and the neighbor problem. We go up to the lot line. And we will stay within the limits of 25% and the 2,500 square feet.
So you will eliminate the landscaping along the rear, the building will extend all the way to the lot line.
That's right. That's coming up. That's a new drawing I have that will make it clear to everything. And then we will do remaining part. We will do nice landscape. That's short. So next question was fence landscape. Asphalt condition. We will renovate everything. So we will do all the asphalt and concrete. There's DOB. There's a one violation. We will take care of that one when we file the drawing. The permit will take care of the violation. And the tire store, board answered already. So this is not our tire store. This is somebody next door. I don't know if it's legal or illegal. I asked the owner that you want to do tire. He said, no need for the tire. He doesn't do tire business. So he said, tire is next door. Let him do the business. We have no issue with the tire shop next door. He has to comply himself. So that tire shop is not the gas station job. And the bollard on 89th Street, right.
Mr. Kanzada, so based on my site visit and from the photos you provided, the subject site does have tires and they have tire racks and those are located outside. So is the intent that with this enlargement, these tire racks, all of these would always be located within the building now that the footprint of the building is going to be enlarged? They
Yes,
cannot be out.
so if they do some tires or whatever they want to tire, they do, first of all, they don't do tire at all. Today, last time I was at the site, I asked the guy, he said, we don't do tires. And they leave it to the next door. So if there are tires on the site, maybe you're right, maybe you should show some tire, but they have no intention doing the tire shop. Their business does not work on the tires.
Mr. Kanzada, I'm looking at an entire 2 sets of racks, which tires that were located by the parking area on the subject site, and I saw it yesterday.
So they will be removed. So we will write down clearly, or board can put in the word that there are no tires proposed by the applicant, and owner is agreed to that already.
Yeah, so please do have the applicant clarify that. I have this photo. I'll be more than happy to share it with you.
No problem. We agree that, but we asked the owner a couple of times.
Yeah.
Would you willing to do tire shop? He said no. He's not interested in tire shop because for some reason their insurance has issues. none
Mr.
of my gas stations.
Mr. Kazada, the question is not, does he own a tire shop? The answer is yes, of course he does not. He does auto repair, but as part of the repair, he's also changing tires. So he does maintain some tires in his stock when he's doing repairing or maintenance. Where are those kept? Based on the photos, they're kept outside the building. That cannot be. It needs to be within the building.
Agreed, and we do it this way, and we will mention in the drawing that if you want, I can put a note on the drawing that if the owner wants to do any tire, he has to do inside the building, not outside.
Yeah.
No problem. Good.
Good.
Okay,
Thank you.
and the bollard on 89th Street, we like to do it, but for the handicap parking, the bollard don't work because handicap is handicap. And if we put bollard on the side of the 89th Street side, he's uncomfortable to come out of the car. So to my understanding, we leave the handicap parking on the 89th Street side and no bollard. Because by putting the bollard, handicap has a restriction to come out.
I agree with you. I think the reason we were talking about that was if that was going to be used as a site for the vacuum machine to be placed, then to contain it. But if we're not doing that, then I agree with you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And then the trash enclosure, we have it facing wrong direction, facing to the handicap. We will change it to facing to the 89th Street, so it's easily accessible from the 89th Street. That should not be a problem.
That's what I think the chair convinced me that we should keep it the way it's shown.
What did?
He's saying he can rotate the trash so it's facing 89th Street. But I think that would actually make my concerns that people will just use the sidewalk to roll trash back and forth.
Yeah. I would suggest, since you're going to push the building back, the little bit of that opening area that you have between the trash and the landscaping, make it dense there and provide more planting there so that you almost make it not possible for anybody to misuse that portion and make that a dumping area.
Okay, so I'll move it a little bit back up touch to the planting.
Or
I will move it back and touch the planting.
Sorry.
Is that
Sorry,
okay?
you were saying to
make that more planting, more dense planting,
Bless you.
trees and things like that. You're providing a visual buffer and preventing anybody
staying
from.
in this area?
Yeah.
Okay.
So make that more dense planting, and that will be the frontage, and you will have bigger plants, not shrubs, just bigger plants.
Bigger plants, okay.
Yeah.
Right, no problem. We'll do that. No problem. We'll do that. Very sure. The next thing we have after that, the curve cut. I agree with the board. The one curve cut on the corner on 89th Street does not serve the purpose, so we will eliminate that. No problem. We will legalize 3 curve cut, one on 89 and 2 on 25, and the one on the corner of 89th Street will eliminate that.
Okay.
So that's what I have.
Okay, wonderful, great.
Thank you, thank you.
Commissioner Yoon.
The only thing I was going to suggest, if you are expanding to the south, you should have plenty of room to store the tires inside.
Yes.
So perhaps on your plan, you can indicate a zone for where the tires will be stored
Yes.
on the interior plan.
Agreed, no problem. That's I mean, it will be 35 feet long building. Everything will be put inside, no problem. Agreed.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I agree with you. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, we can go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 34851 BZ 88-20 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-251-7295 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute, In order to speak, if you're calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to raise your Zoom hand on this case, it is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Mr. Kanzada, how long it will take for you to make these corrections?
2 3 weeks. I just have to reach out to owner, just explain to him a couple of things, and it should be okay. 3 weeks, 4 weeks most.
Yes, please do talk to your client and make sure everything that we have discussed and agreed with works for your client, because in the past it has happened that over the time during construction, it seems like there's some issues with either municipality or some issues with the operation or the feasibility. So I want to make sure it's clearly understood and it's within the scope of what the client will be undertaking. Okay. So you would need 3 weeks, you're saying. So can we put you in March?
Yes, fine. Yeah, March is fine.
March.
Can we do
So-
earlier?
Yeah, I mean, there are 2 March dates. So there's March 10th, that is a submission of February 20th. That may be a little soon. Or you can try March 24th, 25th, which has a submission date of March 6th.
I'll take the March 28 for March 6 submission date.
25th. March 24th.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, no one called in, no one raised their hands.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you for the board, and I appreciate your help.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 22, 2693 BZ, 880 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn.
This would be, yes, there is.
Mrs. Fuller there and Mr. Jared Jones.
And Jared Jones. Okay, let them in both. Just.
Okay.
Hi.
Raise your, hi. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record, and give me 1 second for the chair to return before you start responding to the comments.
Well, I can at least say Elise Fullader from Eric Kalanick PC, and Jared Jones, he is the engineer, right? That's your correct title, you're an engineer? Okay, on the project. Okay, she's back, I think. Let us know when you're good to go.
You can go.
Okay, no problem. So first, took a little while to get schedules on the community board calendar, but we are on tomorrow night. I don't know if they're going to request a second meeting. Sometimes that happens later in the month, but tomorrow night, or did I say tonight? Tomorrow night, we will be presenting this application at the community. The next question is about dimensioning the building and the amount. So we're adding like 127 square feet, but we can better dimension, no problem, the area that goes into the R district and show how far it goes into the R district, which is only goes into the R district 5 feet. But we can show that more clearly dimensioned on the site. And then I guess speaking about that, I'm more than happy to go through all the 5 findings of the original board's case, but I just would like to point out that the C8 portion, the building without the queuing would be as of right, and per 7711, you can extend, 25 feet beyond the zoning boundary. So we're only 5 feet over. So our building would, and I can discuss this further. Jared wrote a letter already that we included with our package, but I can get deeper into this in the statement of facts about how the building would essentially be it's an as of right building. And the portion we're really asking for is the queuing and the parking and all the other parts of it that happen to be in that R district.
Got it.
So, Florida. Apologies for all the confusion about parking. I'm going to clarify in the statement of facts. Right now, we have 11 cars queuing and a 12-car parking. And I'm going to turn to Jared, who can explain how he designed the parking lot to you. So we can talk about that. And maybe you can talk about too, when you talk about that too, Jared, the queuing and why you designed it like that. Because that was another question. So.
Yeah. So there was two questions, I guess, from the board about why we didn't retain the existing, I guess, parking configuration. Part of it is that the existing parking configuration doesn't comply with the current zoning code. The stalls perpendicular to the curb line are actually too short. Also, there's not enough backup space behind the stalls to comply with the zoning. So we needed to shift the stalls all kind of, I guess we'll call it plan north, dimensional north, to get the minimum distance for the parking stalls and also provide, as much bypass lane as we could around the site. There was also a question regarding bollards as like a differentiator between the drive-through and the bypass lane. I'm a little hesitant to do that just because of how tight this site is. Those bollards are probably going to get banged pretty frequently as people back out, not considering the drive-through lane as a kind of a limiting buffer. There will be a 6-foot striping line to differentiate the two. Additionally, the drive-through lane is typically concrete and the bypass lane is asphalt, so there is some visual cues that they're different. I just get a little concerned with the bollards being hit constantly.
Should I move on?
Yep.
Okay, no problem. Putting a stop sign and an exit sign and all of that, we can do that. That's not a problem. Also, I'm skipping around a little bit, but we will talk to McDonald's about making sure per the previously approved resolution that it's closed every night, chain locked. We will talk to McDonald's about that and then show you proof that that is happening in our next submission. And then there was a lot of back and forth about noise. I talked to Jared and he can speak more on this, but I think we have to correct the way we are showing noise right now.
Yes, a couple of minor corrections. The Commissioner Yoon requested that it be to scale, so we'll update that. Commissioner Shetta requested, just as mentioning to the menu board, obviously we don't show construction level detail on these plans, but that information is kind of related on our DOB submission, but we'll add a couple of dimensions just so that the menu board is located properly. To Commissioner's point, yeah, if you shift it, it's gonna adjust how it angles towards the residential. So most of the stuff we can just add by note or by additional dimensions just to clarify.
Okay.
And then I think that speaks to too about Jared, if you want to explain where the acoustical fencing will be and other fencing, and we can show that clearer on a landscaping plan.
Yeah, it's basically gonna run from plan north from the corner of the adjacent building west to the rear of the property and then south along the residential properties to our west, and then it runs east to the building corner. I'll put some notes here to call endpoints of fence. This will be, the 6-foot high chain link fence that'll have the opaque acoustical block material on top of it. So pretty standard for what we've used. But I'll just clarify exactly the lengths and where it goes to, just for clarity.
So just so I understand, as I was trying to orient myself, where is the northeast? It will basically start from the entrance of the building entrance, which is where the Coney Island is, that portion of the lot line, and it'll continue all the way to the rear and wrap around the rear.
Correct. Yeah. There's a point where the building to our north jots down and there's that setback. So it'll run to that corner point and then run, to your point, all the way west to the rear, then south along the rear property line, and then right along, yes. So right by the van accessible stall, that corner of their building, it'll run from there, down, exactly. And then to the corner of the adjacent building, which is right about where that zone line crosses it. It's probably halfway through.
Oh, so you'll take it all the way to the zone line. Okay,
Correct.
that's even.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
And all of that will have the acoustic material on it, so anywhere that's residential or a residential use is getting the screening effect. Outside of that, we have our commercial building to the south, and the commercial uses are north of us in that front part of the building.
So we can show all that on this plan, and then he can also add a landscaping schedule to show what landscaping is there.
Yeah,
Oh, and then dimensioning the landscaping as well.
correct. Yeah, there are some large shade trees, which is why the fence is kind of halfway in the buffer. There's some large shade trees that you can see from the picture that sit behind the fence, and then there's some smaller plantings that are in front of the fence. So we'll just add a little bit more detail and color for that, just so it's clear.
Is there any landscaping provision or soil between the abutting residential building and the parking lot? On your portion, it seemed when I was.
It's I can give you an exact dimension. It's very tight. It's like there's like 6 inches behind the curb, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very tight. We don't have room just with trying to comply with the parking depth requirements.
Okay. Okay.
I guess I will move on. We were just speaking about noise, so we're happy to add that sign that we've been doing a lot about neighbors and keeping your radios low and your noise down.
Plan up, sorry to interrupt you. I had a question I forgot to ask. Is
Okay.
this line with the X, that's the fence?
That's the fence line, correct?
So there's this gap in between the fence and the property line?
There is, and if you go back to the picture, you can kind of see it on the landscaping plan. The existing fence exists like that. And we have some of these larger shade trees that are behind the fence, where in order to put the fence behind it, we'd have to do all this work to take those trees down, which I don't think we want to do. So we're basically more or less replacing the fence at the midpoint, like you can see the green chain link fence with the vinyl slats, and reinstalling the acoustic block on that.
So that's just kind of part of, that ends up being effectively part of the big easement for the.
Correct, yes. Yep.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you for having a picture on there. I think that helps me understand it. Okay, to continue. Okay, fence. I know I spoke with Jared and he already has an HVAC plan for the DOB plan, so we can add a roof plan to show code compliance with for the BSA. And then next was the lumen analysis. We spoke about that too. I think that there is commercial on either side, but I also think that we have to take off where there's a brick building with no windows. Obviously light can't get through a brick building with no windows, so I think we have to correct that on our lumens.
Yeah.
And you already addressed the BSA 014, right, with the doing it to scale, Jared?
Yes, yes, yep.
Dimension, board, and okay. Hours of operation, I believe that they are correct, but we will confirm with McDonald's about what they want since we're doing an amendment anyway, we will make sure that we have the correct hours of operation, and then also we will confirm with them delivery hours. And then I think, Jared, do you have anything else that I am missing?
No, there's other comments to address. I don't think we need to go through them point by point. Most of them were pretty straightforward.
Okay.
And we just need to note things, but I think I'm covered on my end.
Okay. I was trying to get the big topics.
Yun, do you have any other questions?
No, I was just looking at my notes and I think we didn't cover violation status, but it looks like there's nothing open. So you just submit that sheet for the record.
So the file, checked the initial application and there we did do a violation history, which should be in it, but I can read, and that shows 0 violations. But
I see it.
And then you reminded me of something else. In the notice of comments, we did provide interior photographs. They are a little blurry, I will admit to that. because I blew them up. And I don't know if you saw them, but we can also do more interior photographs if you would.
What I would suggest, like, if that, I did the Google view and there was a car that went into the drive-through.
Mhm.
So we're using the Google view for that. If it is very recent and there has not been any change,
Mhm.
that, if not, you will
It's from
have to provide.
2019.
Huh?
It's 2019.
Oh, that's old.
Zola provides cyclomedia or whatever, which is done twice a year.
Yeah,
So
but
if I can get what?
But they don't do it within the site.
Oh, I was gonna say I could check what they've done. I didn't, but no. Okay.
No. So you'll have to do a little bit of site. I'm mostly concerned really about the lot line that is abutting the multiple dwelling.
Okay, so we can take additional photographs.
I want to look at that condition. Because the other one, I don't know why the previous board had a lot of concern on because there's an easement, the residential homes are pretty far away from that, so I think that site is well taken care of.
Mhm.
So, okay. Any questions?
Janet?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't hear an answer to my question. Specifically regarding the menu board sound legend. The 73, is that based on AVC operation?
No, I forgot to mention that. No, that's a typo. It's based on the maximum output. I have to update that based
The
on
maximum
AVC.
speaker out.
Correct, yes. The
So
maximum output based off of the 45 decibels is 60, as you mentioned. I have to have that updated and adjusted. So we'll take care of
Okay.
that as part of
So
the
you'll
resubmission.
adjust that to like 60 or so?
It's 60 maximum, yes. Yep.
Okay, that would make it easier for you to comply even.
Yes.
And of course, he will fix the orientation of the section.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The case we are currently discussing is 2693 BZ, 880 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 161-251-7295 and press the pound sign. The next prompt after that, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How much time would you need to make these corrections?
I'm gonna say to give the community board time in case they want to have a second meeting that we should submit in March. Anytime in March is good. But this way we can submit the community board recommendation.
Okay. It used to be assigned to Mr. Bell. I think
Jill and I will take care of it. We'll make sure we'll follow it.
one of you will be
Yeah, one
assigned.
of us will find them. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Not yet.
Not yet.
2, 1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good to see you all. This concludes the public hearing for January 27th, 2025.
1894.
We will again commence the public hearing for January 28th tomorrow. Thank you.